Hello, good morning. How is everyone doing? Aside from Robin. Hi. Hi. I can't hear anything. What's going on? Hello? Hello? Is this even working? Hopefully it's working. Maybe it's just been so long. Was it been 4 days, 3 days since Wednesday stream? I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Forgotten how to stream. Hi, I got a haircut. Yes. It looks fine. It's just fine. And now it's an emote. Now it's Cam Stir on Twitch. Good morning, behind Robin. Well, Robin's not having a good morning, so I don't wanna, make her feel bad. I tease her enough in other places. I swear, I keep fucking up my coffee, and I think I keep burning the milk. I think I'm coming to the realization I'm just burning the milk. I should I guess. Oh, I see where you're coming. Yeah, so it's not a good morning for Robin. I'm not saying I hope she has a bad morning. Ugh, I am so behind. I was doing the Christ, it has been a while since I fucking copy link. Alright. I gotta post in the Discord, you know? Gotta let the people know we're not to come on Saturday. There we go. This music's so loud. Uh I was out last night and had a bunch of stuff to do this morning that I got up later than I should have to do, so I had to like do the dishes during the intro. And it just took a little longer than I hoped, and then I rushed my coffee, and I think I burned the milk. I think that's why I keep getting a burnt taste in my coffee. It's not that I'm burning the beans. I've got better at that. I think I'm burning the milk, and it's not good. It's not good. I also forgot I had sugar, and I haven't been putting sugar in drink, but that's probably a good thing. I don't think I want to put sugar. I think this shirt's causing like weird artifacting. I can see it. I don't know. I decided I have a bunch of clothes that I bought last year that it's difficult. I'm like between a small and a medium size now, and it's really awkward because it's like I want to fit a medium really nicely, but a small, it's like the arms are too tight. It looks like I'm wearing like I don't know, like a lot of like women's shirts where they kind of like cut off here. They have like an angle. It feels like that. It feels weird to wear, and I'm like, I feel weird wearing it. It's a little too tight and snug. But medium, it's like a little too big. But I was like, I have all these nice clothes that I bought, and I didn't wear because it was like, oh, I'm gonna wait till I'm like, there's a nice reason to, or this, that. And I'm like, I gotta wear them at some point. I gotta actually wear the clothes that I buy. So I've just kind of gone into like a fuck it mode, and just being like, I'm just wearing whatever I want to wear, whenever. Like obviously, I'm not gonna wear like a shirt and a tie and everything, but if I'm just like here at home, I'm like, no, if I want to wear my nicer clothes, I'm just gonna wear nicer clothes. Just make sure I'm clean. That's the only difference. So trying to like use the stuff I have very much not in a frugality way. It's just like I'm wearing the same like clothes like week over week, and I'm like, let's mix it up a bit. I have enough clothes and like they're nice and the clean and the new. Let's actually use them. So I'm going through that because yesterday we went out for Shay's birthday. Oh my god, I'm so mad. I'm so mad, and they've all heard about it because they were there. Um, so we went to this. So when was it? 6 months ago. 6 months ago, we went to a comedy show in Vancouver, and I can't remember what it was called, but it was like it was like a 90-minute show, or whatever. It's just a bunch of comedians who do like 10, maybe a 15-minute set, usually 10. Five if they were kind of a little bit more new. But like usually these things only go for like an hour, 90 minutes, something like that, like maybe. And so we went and saw them, and like I really like comedy. I am just not a fan of Vancouver comedy. It's like anyone who is great or good leaves. They're on tour. They're off in the U.S. They're like if they're actually good at being a comedian, they're not in Vancouver. They're in Toronto, or they're in New York or L.A. or somewhere like that. They've moved because there's just nowhere to go here. It's not even a glass ceiling. It's like a shitty popcorn ceiling of a basement apartment. That's the ceiling that Canada has put in place for all of its creatives and anyone like in any field. We were talking about like doctors, even like people in medical things. They're just like, yeah, why would I stay here when I can go to the States and make way more money? And you're like, yeah, you know what? It kind of makes sense. It's like, why? Like, yes, you got into it to like help people and things like that, but it's like you also want to be paid for what you do. And it's like, if you want to be successful, staying in Canada is not the way. And it's the same for comedy, it's the same for acting, same for everything. Anyway, so it's like we go and see it now and again. I think I've been like 6 or 7 shows at this point. You get like 1, maybe 2 good ones, and you're like, oh, that's kind of like, I'll just sit there and I'll just like not laugh. I don't think I've ever laughed at a comedy show. I've enjoyed some of them because I'm like, oh, that was pretty good. Like, I can acknowledge it. But I'm not sitting there laughing. People are in these things losing their minds at silence. And I mean like it's silence. Like either awkward laughing, or we kind of came to the conclusion that they're like, oh, well, they've paid for a night out and they're going to try and make the most of it and make it seem like have a good time, whatever. And I'm like, I get it, but also it's fucking delusional and weird to just sit there and like pity laugh at silence of some terrible comedian. I'm like, I'm sorry, no. Like, if they ever want to improve, I'm not saying like go out of your way and be a dick and heckle and things like that. Like, heckling here is like not okay. They're very much like safe space comedians, and I'm like, you know what? Fine. Like, I don't think it's bad to create like a welcoming environment for people. But more, it's like, if you want to improve in any field, you need constructive criticism, and that could be from hecklers, either to like toughen you up or give you some crowd work to bounce off of, like use some of the skills. Like, maybe you're not the best at joke writing, but maybe you're good at like interactivity or whatever. But a lot of them are really bad at interactivity and not very good at like crowd work, like really bad. Which I'll get to. And so 6 months ago, we went to the show, and it was fine. I've talked about this before, probably. No, actually, I think it was between when I was streaming, so we probably haven't. And it was like in this like church assembly place. I don't know, like one of those like community centers where it's like they have the stage at the back and it's just a big open thing. And so they're doing a show, and it's like, okay, fine, whatever. We went because it was like, fuck it, something to do. It was like not, I think it was like $25 or something, so not expensive but not cheap. And we're like, okay, we'll go. And I like wasn't drinking at that time. It just in a general thing. Like, I still don't really drink, but I was like, I'm not drinking. So I didn't have a drink, and it was like, we're going out for food after or whatever, or we were going to hang out after. And we went to the show, and it was like, they were all not great, except for one. She was actually kind of funny. She actually had like interesting ideas. But it was like, what happens with Vancouver comedians is they'll start going down a path of making like dark humor jokes, and then immediately either caveat it or like cut it off at its legs, where it's like they don't commit to the bit. And it's like, you can bomb on those things, and that's totally fine. But I don't like when people put asterisks on the comedy of like, oh, I'm gonna say something offensive. Either they like prime you and then they say the most milquetoast thing ever, or they're just like, oh, it's just a joke, it's just a joke. And I'm like, no, you need to commit to the bit. Like, that's the whole point of the comedy. It's like, you can't back out if it didn't go the way that you expected, or you want this out. It's like a bully who says it's just a joke. It's like, no, you still did it. You still did the shitty thing. You still were mean. It's like, you don't get a pass or an out by just being, oh, it's just a joke, you know? It's the, I'm sorry you were offended of shitty things. So it's like, okay, whatever. So she made a couple of funny jokes, and it was like, it's fine. And then I don't know what happened. I feel like someone must have dropped out, and this person was a last minute addition who was just available at the time, who was put out as like technically the headliner, like the last person that you see. And the show was only supposed to be like an hour and 15 minutes long. The show ran about 30 minutes long. This guy came on stage and did about 45 minutes of nothing. And when I say nothing, I mean nothing. He had no material prepared. He just kept saying random shit. He would stand there silently, like awkward. Someone would like, you would hear the crinkling of a can of someone holding a can of beer in the room. And he'd be like, oh, ha, ha, oh, save one for me, ha. And I was like, that was the extent of his comedy. And we had to sit there for like 45 minutes through this. I don't know what's called. I was getting so annoyed, so mad, because no one who was running the show stopped him. No one went up and was like, hey, flash the red light, we're done. Like, they let him go on and on and on and on. And at one point, I just got up and walked out. I got up, I walked out. I should have taken my coat. I got up, I went to the bathroom, and then I stood outside, waited for the show to end, and then I went back in and got my coat. And I was so mad that I was like, I need a fucking drink. Like, and we went to a bar and had a drink. So I was like, I was so unbelievably like annoyed by what I was just put through, to the point where I like when it got an email saying, "How was your experience?" I was like, this was the biggest piece of shit I've ever been to. I can't believe like you let this go on. I would never recommend the show ever again. Like, absolutely not. I was like, I'm not paying to see this guy. If this guy is ever on a bill, I think you see where this is going. I will never ever pay to go and see this thing. It's like, it's a fucking joke. Like, that you let us go. And we were like, maybe it was like a first time. Maybe it was like whatever. Maybe it was just like nervous or this and that. And you're just like, you start trying to rationalize because you're like, how was it that bad? This guy was like Sirius with like Sirius FM, like a radio show. He was like top comedian 2018. Like, he's been doing this for like 10 years and he's won awards for his comedy. And he was headlining this thing. And I was just like, how does this person keep getting hired to do these things? Because I don't care if he's a nice guy or whatever. It's like, yeah, he could be a nice guy, and I'm sure he's like nice to hang out with for the comedians. But if he's terrible at his job, like, to the point where it's like you've deterred any of the good that happened in the show. You've completely sucked it out the room and made it a terrible show. Like, I remember you only for the bad thing that you did, and I don't remember anyone else except for that one person. And I'm just like, this is fucking awful. I was like, I'm never paying to see this guy again. Anyway, fast forward 6 months, and it's Shay's birthday, one of our friends, and friend of the channel, friend of the show, and we're looking for something to do. We're like, oh, there's too many in the group that we can't go do an escape room. And then eventually one of our friends dropped out, and we're like, well, we could have done an escape room. So like, what could we do? And I got an email, and I got this email. It was like a murder mystery comedy show. And I was like, you know what? That could be fun, because we didn't know what it was. Didn't know whether it was going to be just like a regular comedy show, or if it was going to be like this planned thing where it was like, you're solving a murder and the suspects are comedians and they're kind of doing jokes, or the whole sets are written around this murder where the murder is like, it's like around the person or whatever it might be, which is hard. It's hard. Or whatever. We get there and it's a comedy show with like the loosest thread of what you could call a murder mystery strung through it. It's like so slapped together, and it's like, I don't expect much. It's a fucking backroom comedy show on a Friday night where they just take whatever room they give. Like, I'm not expecting the fucking Da Vinci Code, And we go into this place, and like the person's running it, they seem really nice. They seemed like a really like nice person that they'd be fun to be around, hang around, and they like whatever. But they weren't telling jokes. They were just kind of like trying to warm up the crowd or whatever, and they were running it. And we were like, okay, fine, whatever. And then they start bringing comedians out, and you're like, okay, first one comes out, and it's like, I've seen her before, and they all of the comedians, except for like one or two, tried to do crowd work, and they're not good at it. It was like, oh no. Because what they do is they just be like, has anyone been married? Has anyone got married? And then like 3 people put their hand up. And she just stood there for 2 minutes going, oh, how long have you been married? When did you get married? Oh, did you go on a honeymoon? Where did you go on a honeymoon? And you're just like, what the fuck is this? I feel like I'm overhearing the most boring first date I've ever not been on. It's like I'm watching someone else have a conversation with a group of strangers about nothing. Oh, yeah. Oh, you went to Fiji? Oh, you went to Tofino? Oh, well, you can tell which one's the rich one. And it's like, they were stealing identities. Oh, baby. Can I get a shout out for Paranoia? I can't say it. Paya, hello. Good to see you, dude. They were stealing. They could have been. You know what? They could have been. It could have been a ruse of just the most boring, mundane shit. Thank you, Toxic. Of like trying to steal identities, because it was just like, what the fuck? It was just. And so there was this group of lesbians sitting in the middle of the front row, like there, and they were clearly like stoned out their fucking minds, and they were the only ones that were interacting. There was a woman on the other side of the stage opposite us who was just texting the whole time, like not having a good time. And I was like, you know what? Fair enough. I was like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm at least gonna pretend like I'm giving my attention. But she was just like sitting there texting, and I was like, you know what? Fair enough. Front row as well. I was like, kind of respected it. And it's so these shows were just like whatever. There was this, and then like another guy came up. He looked like homeless Austin Butler, and it was just like he was fine, but he was clearly very nervous. But he was fine. So what they do is they'd be like, oh, one of the comedians that was supposed to be here was murdered, and one of the others that are performing tonight did the murder, and so we have to figure out who did the murder. And we're like, okay. And so they all come out and they start off their bit and they're like, oh yeah, Frank, he always promised me I'd headline for him, and then he never did. Well, who's headlining now? And like, very like that. And you're like, okay. And it was very like, you're thinking of this on the spot. Nothing was planned. And then they're like, anyway, here's my terrible 5-minute set. And like, it's just, again, it's not just the comedians in Vancouver, but it's also the audience. The audience here, like, can't deal with anything that's not hashtag positive comedy. They can't deal with it at all. It's just like this person was talking about they've married like a sexy Persian man, and they're like, oh yeah, and you get hit on in the street in front of her, and it's like, yeah, you just see like a younger, hotter version of you hitting on your husband. It makes you want to kill yourself. And like these people are like, oh, and you're just like, what the fuck? That's like that's an actual joke. Oh, you're happy they asked you about your fucking honeymoon, but they tell a joke and you're like, ooh, that's a bit too far. And I'm like, fuck off. It's so stupid. It's every show. Like no one can do risque humor. As the one comedian here was like Alistair, who was actually good, who's left because he was good. He's just like, yeah, I'm from Vancouver, but I left and I went to Toronto because they actually have personalities there. And there's actual like culture. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of true. And everyone was like, oh. And it's like, no, he's right. None of you have a personality. Your personality is you like hiking and camping. Like, fuck off. Oh my God. It's like being on a dating app recently. And I'm just like, it's like, if you don't like sleeping in the mud every single night and shitting in a bush, don't fucking bother. I don't know what that accent is. Don't clip that. Don't. But I'm just like, it's just such bullshit. I was like, oh my God, it's so boring. And then, so this other guy comes up. He was fine. It was like, it wasn't funny. It wasn't really for me. But it was just like, too late, Robin. Please, Robin, just because you got your new badge, okay? Calm down. You want that? Oh my fucking God. Oh, Pia. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is that lap for me to sit on? Oh my God. I can't do it. I lost it. You know what? Now I'm thinking about it. I'm overthinking it. It's because I've been watching iZombie. I've been rewatching iZombie. And when she eats the brains and doing all the voices, I've just been, acting along as you do, as normal people do. I get up in my living room and I play along. I talk to the TV because it's the only friend that I have. So yeah, this other guy goes on. He's fine, whatever. Does like the loose, lazy like connections thing, but he was fine. I would see him again. Not the greatest, not the worst, but like, very made self-aware jokes that were actually like constructed jokes. We're like, sweet. This other woman comes on. And we've seen her before. I was like, oh, this person seems really familiar. I'm pretty sure we saw them when we went on either my birthday or someone else. I think it was my birthday of like 2023. Like, yeah, it was like over a year ago. And she did the exact same material that she did at that thing. And I was like, it was like two things were slightly different. Where instead of asking if anyone is bisexual or queer, she asked if anyone has an abusive ex or a bad ex or an ex that they hate. That was like the only difference between it. She's, and I was like, what's fine. Because it's like, she clearly has a set and it's clearly constructed, but I've heard this before. I've heard all of this before. And I was just like, man, I get it. But I was like, this is also the problem with Vancouver comedians is I get that it's really hard to have new material all the time, but for a fucking year, You've not changed anything for a year? That's crazy. Because I should not be like, wait, why do I recognize this person? Oh, I've heard this joke. Oh, I've heard this joke over here. Like, if I went and saw 2 comedy shows in a back-to-back over 2 weeks, fine. That's on me. But it's all of them. I've heard all of their material. None of it's changed. None of them have written new stuff. and they're just doing the same comedy routines over and over, and they're not great. Hers just fine because again, it feels like she clearly has a good cadence. She's clearly like worked out the kinks with her performance, but I'm like, nothing's new. Nothing, like none of them. I've heard them all. So I'm like, if I ever see you again, it's like I'm gonna see the same routine. Like that to me is crazy. And then they bring out no, not even the last person. The last person they bring out is it was like this Filipino person, which is important to it because all they kept saying is like, oh, we moved to Canada when I was in like 2005. And like the punchline of every joke was like, you know, white people shit. It's like, oh yeah, when we learned English, we'd be like telling people to suck an egg, you know, white people shit. And I'm just like, that's not a joke. Just saying white people shit is not a joke. Like if you want to make a commentary on like race, make a commentary. Just saying white people shit at the end of a sentence isn't a fucking joke. And like, yeah, like some people are just like, what is this? Like this is not a good show. And so in between each set, the host would come out and have a conversation with them and everything to try and like interrogate them. They were like a detective and interrogate them for this kind of bit. Yes, modern comedy. Well, it's just like I don't care about that stuff. Like a lot of the women that came out would also make comments about like men and of like, but then they were like, look at us as if like waiting for us to get offended, and I'm like, no, that's funny. That's fine. They would be like, oh yeah, oh, we're gonna get detectives here, because there's a lot of women here and we're not men, so we're not stupid. And they do that, and we're like, yeah, like that's fine. Because then they'd also make a joke and be like, oh, does anyone here watch true crime? And like a bunch of women put them in. Oh, it's like, oh, so you're all white women, and then it's like, yeah, that's fine. You're giving it to both, like it whatever. Honestly, suck an egg should have been the punchline. There was a thing about suck an egg, and it was just like, but then it would just be like, oh, white people shit, and you're just like, or it's like they were transitioning and they were like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start testosterone soon, and they're like, finally get that male privilege, and it's like, there's a joke kind of there, but you're just like, it's just like surface level. You're coming down a crash land, and you just kind of like skim off the surface. You're just like, and that's it. And I'm like, you're making the most low-hanging fruit joke. There's not any thought and depth to it, or like you're relying on shock value of these things that aren't really that shocking, especially in a very liberal city where it's like, oh, I'm trans, I'm gay, I'm this, I'm that, and it's like, oh, and then like. And then they just keep looking at us because it's like, yeah, I don't look queer. Am queer. Don't look queer. And I'm like, yeah, what do you want from me? Like, what? Because I have a fucking haircut and I'm wearing like this? I don't give a shit. You could be whatever you want to be. Like, what do you want? Stop looking at me looking for offense. Like, trying to like poke a bird to try and get a reaction, but like in the laziest way. Like, you're not getting the reaction that you want. Twitch gonna ban you? Hopefully. That's the dream. But I'm just like, it's just so dumb. It's just so dumb. Like you can be whatever you fucking want to be. I don't give it. Drinking a Bud Light? Oh, I wish. No, they'd like that, right? Because that's what Kid Rock hates Bud Light. No, he likes it again now. He gave up on that real fucking quick. Cause he's like, oh, I don't know what to drink. I was drinking a fucking non-alcoholic IPA. Christ. That's the most Vancouver thing I could have been drinking. A craft beer non-alcoholic IPA. Like a fucking chode, man. I drank 2 of them, Pie. I got real crazy last night. Oh my god. Weirdly, I have like a feeling of a hangover today from that because I drank 2 of those and I drank a Corona Sunbrew, also 0%. But then I took a melatonin, and I think the combo of non-alcoholic beer and melatonin is just like how to feel like you have a hangover without the headache, where your body just kind of has that jiggly feel. Really became, yeah, I have no personality and I drink IPAs. That's what I did, Paya. It's part of the citizenship program, As I go through it, I'm hitting my ear up. Hi, Croc. Sorry, I'm in the middle of middle of doing my comedy routine now, which is telling about my life because it's a joke. So, okay, we get through that, and then they bring out that fucking guy from that comedy show 6 months ago who had no material and made us sit there for 45 minutes. They bring him out. And I was like, no fucking way. I was like, they didn't put out like a who's on the list of like comedy people. They just put it's a murder mystery. And I was like, someone had to drop out. Someone had to drop out, and he's the only person available because he fucking sucks and he's never booked up. And I'm like, there's no way. And he comes on stage, the fucking audacity. He comes on stage with a fucking notebook as if he's got pre-planned jokes. Comes out with a fucking notebook and puts it down. Never looks at it once. I look at Shay, and he looks at me because it was me, him, and our friend, his girlfriend, and our friend Scott that were there. And it's just like, I was like, I fucking can't. I can't. I was like, I've said I would never pay to see this guy again, and he's fucking here. I got up and walked out. I got up, I walked out, I went outside, and I got another drink. I got another non-alcoholic IPA. Because I was like, you know what? I just at least want to, like, mitigate. I went to the toilet. I tried to kill as much time as I could. And I came back, and he was still fucking on stage. But, like, where the stage was, the back of it, like, so where the comedians would come out, was just like a hallway, and that's where the toilets are. And I'm peeing, and I'm like, I can't hear anything. Like, there's no one talking, no nothing. Occasionally I hear, like, an awkward laugh. And I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, oh, right, it's him. He's on fucking stage, bombing, not telling a joke, and just standing there, trying to come up, hoping that he can come up with something funny on the fly, and he can't. And I was just like, this is so fucking bad. I was like, and, like, this time at least they dragged him off stage, currently trying to be awake after a nap and work on stuff. Nice, dude. What time is it for you? It's like 10:30 here. Taking a nap. You know what? I'd love a nap. Like I said, I have all the perks of a hangover and none of the alcohol. I will say the good thing about drinking non-alcoholic beer is there's no fucking calories in it. So if you are trying to like work out and do stuff, I gotta say, Corona Sunbrew tastes the same as a Corona. 50 calories. It's fucking crazy. Or 60 calories. It's fucking crazy. So drink those all day. One that's really interesting is Heineken's 0%. Heineken usually tastes like what I imagine cat piss tastes like. Well, you know, let's be honest. I know what cat. No, I'm kidding. But it's like the 0% one actually tastes pretty good. Like it doesn't have that weird like, you know, when you drink it, you're like, ooh, like it has like a weird. It doesn't have that. It's actually decent. It's strange that the 0% tastes like if you take the alcohol out of the Heineken, it actually tastes like a decent drink. It's really interesting. But I digress. It was just like, yeah, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe this guy was here. And I was like trying to kill time. But the comedian who was like, who had heard the routine for was out there. And I felt really awkward because I got into a drink. And I was like, I can't just like stand out here because I bet she probably thinks that I'm hovering around her. Because it's this tiny little room, right? There's like a theater room and then there's this tiny little room with the selling drinks. And I'm just like, I can't hover around because it's like, that feels weird as if I'm hovering to try and hit on her and I'm not. She's super hot. But I'm not trying to hit on her. But then I also don't feel like I should explain to other comedians like, yeah, I don't want to be in there because this comedian is the fucking worst. I think that's kind of rude. That said, I did go back in and sit down, and I just looked at him like this the whole time. I just scowled the whole time, and every time he'd look at me, he would see that I was just like staring at him, and like every time, then he just kind of like look like this, and I'm like, yeah, fuck you, dude. Like, fuck you. It's I don't know. And then like the person hosting it comes on stage and like, oh, you're so nice. You're such a nice, sweet guy. Blah blah blah. Like, oh, you're so, like whatever. And I'm just like, what is going on? Like, how is no one seeing that this guy is fucking terrible at what he's not funny? Like, even if you watch his like Sirius FM thing of the top comedian, there's kind of a joke in there, but you can like they cut to the crowd and you can see it's like awkward laughter. Of like, what the fuck is this guy going on about? And it's really hard to tell because it's like, again, Vancouver audiences who go to comedy shows have no fucking personality. Okay, they literally laugh at silence, and so I'm like, are they just laughing because they don't understand what jokes are? You know, it's the same people where it's like they put in their dating profile that they quote way too much from Friends, and you're just like, you're 37, Barbara. All right, come on, you watch a new show. How many? Zero. The answer is zero toxic. To me, zero. I just don't find, I struggle with North American comedy as it is. Because I think there's a different sensibility. I know there's like comedians where it's more storytelling, like George Carlin, things like that, where it's not necessarily joke, but it's more storytelling. I'm okay with that because you know what? I can actually enjoy it. I might not laugh, but I can enjoy a good story and the way it's being told. Heineken tastes like they added alcohol in at the end. It does. It tastes like a separated cocktail. It's so fucking weird. But like I could see somewhere I'm like, oh, you know, this guy, I think his name was Graham, the one where I was like, you know, I didn't find it funny, but like he could construct jokes. He had bits, he had material. There was the bones of like a routine that was like decent in there. And again, I might not be laughing out loud, but I think that I can still enjoy a show. This guy though is just a fucking vacuum pump that sucks the life out of it. Like any goodwill, any good thing that's happened in this entire comedy show that anyone else might have done, you can be like, you know what, that wasn't the best, whatever. He makes sure that it is the fucking worst experience that you've just been through. And I do not know how he keeps being brought into these shows. Like the only way I can fathom is that he's just friends with all these people, and they like it hanging out with him, and he's always available. And if someone drops out, he's always available because no one's fucking wanting to show up to his shows. I'm just like, it's fucking crazy. And I just couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe like 6 months later, like, still nothing. Like, I have respect for the fact that he gets up on stage and tries to do it. But the thing is, he doesn't fucking try because he doesn't even come up with jokes. And I don't know if it's like he thinks that he's really good at improv or he's trying to do improv or just come up with jokes on the fly or whatever. But I'm like, man, you do that at open mic nights. You don't go where people are paying money to do that, you know? Like people might pay to be in a bar or whatever, like fine. But we're paying for a show. You can't even fucking show up and like write a joke. You know, it's kind of I think that's where I have the problem is like it's fucking disrespectful to an audience. I think it's disrespectful to his fellow comedians who, while might not be the best, tried and wrote a fucking set. This guy is not even doing that. He's not even doing the bare minimum. And it really pisses me off when he does that because I think it really has a negative effect on the entire show. Because I'm like, I don't trust the person who ran it. It was again, it was this murder mystery comedy thing. It was super sloppily put together, where they were just kind of like again barely strung together thing. And then at the end they're like, okay, we're bringing all the comedians back and whatever you have all got to decide who was the killer. And then you're just everyone's like, I don't know, her, because like none of them wrote material around being a killer, right? None of them, like not one or two tried, but none of them really wrote any material. And they're like, oh, like okay, oh, I forgot this key piece of information. The person that died, I found in the terrible comedian's bag, Advil, and the terrible comedian knew that Frank was allergic to Advil, so it was him. It was the terrible comedian. And then they brought out like some, I don't know, some tall ripped dude. I was like, Jesus Christ. He was like so fucking jacked. Well, he had like low body fat percentage. Let's be real. Okay, we're gonna stop complimenting the guy's body right now. No, he was just like it was like it had nothing to do with anything. This guy, we're just gonna talk about men's bodies now. Let's fucking go. This guy comes out and he's wearing short shorts, like no shirt, but like a crop top thing. And then he has a police hat on, glittery makeup, I think, and a clown nose. And he comes out with handcuffs as if he's like a police officer. Like, yep, we're gonna like handcuff you and take you to prison. And they handcuff the terrible comedian and like drag him out. And everyone's like, what the fuck is it? It's like they just raided the bin at the back of the fucking theater for whatever they could have. Oh, police hat, shorts, whatever. What a wild card turns into shit. I genuinely thought it was about to turn into a drag show, and I was like, sweet, fucking finally, something good's gonna come out of this. I was okay with it. But it was like, yeah, it was like, oh, he's the killer, da, da, da. And I was just like, and then they're like, okay, that's our show, bye everyone. They fucking ended the show 15 minutes early. So it's like, it was an hour long. No, it was less than an hour because it started at 7. And they only started like 7:05, 7:10. And then they ended at 8. And it was supposed to go to 8:15. And I'm like, you couldn't even fucking come up with like anything. You couldn't even like, get an hour out of this? Like, what the hell? I know 5 minutes of comedy is hard and you only had 5 comedians. Like, I get it. I understand how time works. But I'm like, you couldn't even fucking come up with an hour show for this? And then you hired that guy. You know what? Fuck that guy. You hired fucking Dave Harris. Fuck Dave Harris. I don't give a shit. I'm so mad. I despise him as a comedian so much. He is genuinely the worst comedian I've ever seen. And now I've paid to see twice. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. He sucks. He really... If they send out, like, feedback forms, I'm gonna... Again, like I did last time, I'm gonna be like, please, for the love of God, stop hiring him. He fucking sucks. Because it's just... It's not okay. And I might be harsh, but the thing is, it's like... If I was at a job, like I've talked about this, I talked about it on the last stream where we were talking about like people in work, whatever. If I'm hiring someone to do a job, to work for me and like be part of the show, if I'm hiring someone to work on a movie or whatever it might be, if they are not performing the bare minimum of the job when it comes to doing the job, we've let them go. We've let them go because I'm like, you're not doing the job. We hired you for this thing. You are not performing, like you're just like whatever. I'm like, no, we have to give them that feedback and be like, this isn't working out. We have to let you go. Either we don't extend the contract or we let them go. And we had to let someone go because they were being sloppy. They weren't showing up. They weren't doing what they were hired to do, which in this case would be comedy. I'm sorry, no, it's like you work in an industry where it can be brutal and it can be hard and like there's hecklers and things like that. But like that's part of the gig. That's part of it. Same as like streaming. You have to deal with trolls and people coming online and saying dumb shit to you all the time. It's like if you can't like there is a limit to that, sure, but it's like if you can't handle a basic level of that, like basic feedback or criticism or whatever it is, then you probably need to work on that skill or maybe find something else to do, you know? It's like, I've had all sorts of just like people saying, like, I look fucking 50 or this or that, or commenting on all sorts of stuff and like appearance or whatever I'm doing or backseating or just being a dick. And I'm like, you've got to just like ban and move on. And you're just like, yeah, okay, fine. Like, whatever. I don't care. Like, you don't like what I'm doing. You pulled up a set and already just like, so, oh yeah, did you look at the Cirrus 2018 one or something? Yeah, it's his comedy is so like non-committal of just like, oh, I don't know, yeah. And I'm like, that's what I was talking about. When we saw him 6 months ago, he had nothing prepared, and you could hear the crinkling of cans, and you'd be like, oh, someone like accidentally kicked a can that they had by the chair, and it's like, oh, say one for me. His nervous little laughs and non-jokes drive you nuts. Yeah, and you're like, is this a character? Is it a character or like what is it? And it's not. It's not, because this is again 6 months later, and I'm just like, like when I saw him 6 months ago, there was a guy who was doing a routine, and he had this kind of, I don't know if he was doing a character or it was just his style of comedy, and it was really annoying. It was this thing where it was like his joke would be like, he'd like stand to the side and be like that and do this joke, and it's like this cadence. It was super weird. I was like, is this gonna stop? It's like, oh no, this is just how this guy tells comedy. And then like this guy was like, oh, is it supposed to be like this awkward, nervous comedy? And then I saw all these other things. I'm like, no, this is just like him. Like you could have a little nervous laugh and whatever. You can make little non-jokes in between things where you're just trying to like fill time until like you get to the next joke maybe or whatever. But there are no jokes. He does not write any jokes. It's just like one of his jokes was just I mean I left the room and I was just fucking blanked him out. It's like, oh yeah, I don't know how to pee. It's just like he's just saying random weird shit that he thinks might get a joke, or like maybe if he's like, it seems like he's like, maybe if I say something out, I can like come up with something immediately after. Like it's like he's trying to do improv comedy and it is not working. And I dread to think if he actually tried what he'd be able to do. Sets up his joke and doesn't punch on it. Yeah, but he's like, he sets it up with just a random, like he throws something out and hopes that he can come up with a punchline quick enough. And he can't. and he doesn't know how to do crowd work or anything. It's just like you just end up sitting in this room and like at first you're just like, oh no, he's bombing, and you start to feel like a little bad, and then the secondhand embarrassment starts kicking in, and then you just get annoyed because you're just like, no, fuck this guy, he's wasting my time. Like, he knows what he's doing, and then you look up and you're like, oh, he's been doing this for like 8 to 10 years. And like I looked up his other thing. He has some podcast thing called like Beer Me or something like that. And I was like, everyone's like, oh, he runs, every time they try and like hype up the community, like he runs a successful podcast thing called this, and you look at it, it has like 18 views, and it's had 18 views for the last like 12 years, and you're just like, you're watching it, and I'm like, what the fuck am I watching? I'm just watching like this 40-year-old man just drunk, like not even like having like conversations. It's just like I'm just watching and like a fucking millennial dude just get wasted on the internet. I'll go watch fucking Shoe Nice if I want to do that. I'll go watch a man eat a bar of soap or a fucking Old Spice deodorant tube. If that's what I want to do, there's people who commit into the bit. He's not even committing to the bit. That's my problem. Anyway, this is to announce my new comedy special. It's called Cry About It. It's where I cry for 12 minutes. And come. No, this is the thing though, right? It makes me annoyed because I'm like, I don't want to be a stand-up comedian. I don't think I'd be good as a stand-up comedian. I don't think I'm a good storyteller. I don't like being in front of crowds. Like stream like this is good because there's a barrier and a buffer. Sing the splash zone. Oh baby, yeah, get the fucking towels. Hide the black light. Get the towels. That's the tagline. I don't think I'd be good at it. I think there's an element of like, oh, the energy that I described last night's show is that all of the people that are on stage are the people where they're in a group of friends, and a friend's like, you know what, you're really funny, you should do stand-up. That was the energy that was coming from last night, was you're so funny, you should do stand-up. And it's like, I've had people say that to me, and I'm like, no, I shouldn't, because that I wouldn't be good at it because of that reason. Because a lot of me being funny is me reacting to what other people are doing and saying. It's not me coming up with jokes and bits, right? It's not me actually constructing stories and being funny. I think it does take a certain skill, and I don't think everyone's cut out for it. And it's very nice that some people enjoy doing it and they want to do it. Or this guy, I don't know, has a fucking humiliation kink. I don't know. That could be another reason, because I'm like, why would you keep coming out and doing this if you're this bad and you get this bad of a reaction to it? You never do stand up and stretch things. Sounds like hell. Yeah, like I struggle to come up with like ideas for YouTube videos that I want to make, and that stuff I'm actually like passionate about. And I'm like, yeah, for stand up, I'm like, I don't think I could do it. I think I'm too weak. The thing is as well, being in Vancouver, it is the worst place to do it. It's the best place if you're terrible. It's the worst place if you actually want to try, because people will pity laugh and try. Like when we saw that show 6 months ago, people in the audience, while this guy was bombing on stage, were trying to like shout out things to help him to come up with jokes. Like the audience was actually trying to like give him a bit to talk about. It was fucking insane. I've never seen that, where he was not just getting pity laughs, and I mean pity laughs. The audience, he was fucking outsourcing his fucking routine, and the audience were willingly giving it up, and I'm like, this is insane. And then you see someone who's actually funny that says something risque, and they turn on them so fast. They're like, oh, I don't know. Unless it's like surface level things about being gay, like lesbian, queer, whatever, because there's a big population, like there's a lot of like gay, queer people in Vancouver who will go to comedy shows. There's a fucking circle on the Venn diagram. And it's like appealing the content to those people, what, like, it's just like, it's very kind of narrow in the spectrum of the type of comedy that you get. Like we went to one where it was like an after dark one where it was supposed to be way more risque. And they were just telling us, like, we saw the same comedians that we'd seen at 3 other places, and they were telling the same routine. And I'm like, what the fuck is, like, the after dark with this? And there was this guy who was, like, an Irish guy, and he was telling a joke about, I can't remember what he was telling jokes. He was telling jokes about like, and I think it was like an Asian driver or something. Like again, this was over a year ago. This was a long time ago. So I apologize. I don't remember the bit. And there was a woman, like an Asian woman, like sitting like not quite front row, but kind of close. And she was clearly visibly upset by what he was saying. Like she really couldn't like take what he was saying because you got this white guy talking about another race, whatever. And it's like, clearly we all know that this is comedy, and it's like you gotta like in a comedy show, everything's okay or nothing's okay. You've got to be able to commit to the bit of telling the joke, and even if it doesn't land, you gotta follow up, and it's like you gotta be like, you don't have to be like, this is my opinion, fuck you, but you've got to be like, I decided that this joke was good enough and relevant enough to tell in front of a group of people that I'm okay with people not liking it, and especially the people who it's about not liking it, like the race or the gender or whatever it is. You've got to be okay with that. You've just got to. And he told these jokes, and he fucking copped out and was like, it's just a joke, it's just a joke, in the middle of a set. And I was like, this is fucking stupid, man. It's like, you can't like have your cake and eat it too on this stuff, because you decided to write that joke. You were telling it, and like you saw that someone was getting upset by it. Fair enough, they're allowed to get upset by it, but you decided that you wanted to put it in this comedy set. And also, this show was called like After Dark, where it's like anything goes, more risque, whatever. It's like he's not going around saying the N-word or anything like that. Like it wasn't like that, but it was just like he was making a commentary on something, and then just couldn't commit to it. And I was just like, then don't tell the joke. Sorry, remove the joke. If you can't commit to the joke that you started and telling in front of this crowd of people, then you remove the joke. That's it. If you're not comfortable with saying your own joke that you wrote, remove the joke. And it's stuff like that where it's like people don't commit to it, and the ones that do commit to it don't write fucking jokes like that. It's simple as. But then you have others where it's like, I understand nerves and everything are a big deal. And like it's hard. You're performing in front of people, and if there's something you want to do, but you're really nervous. But again, it's that thing of like people like coddle the comedians, of like they're like, "Ah, we gotta help them out. And they give like these over encumbered laughs at like nothing. They like help them with the fucking set or finish the joke or whatever. Like we were with our friend Scott at that same show, and like the guy who was running it, they were trying to like do crowd work and heckle the crowd, and like the only joke he comments like, oh, this guy, he looks fucking weird, because Scott had long hair and tattoos. It's like, oh, this guy looks fucking weird, and like, oh, that's your joke, that he looks fucking weird. Fucking good one. It's just like it makes me think of oh, what's his name, he did the Brittany Broski thing. He's like the bigger guy with dark hair, and he's like saying about how someone would troll him on the internet. And they're like, oh, this guy looks like he ate all of the pies. And he's like, bitch, I'd fucking shoot you with a gun. And it's like, it's that, where it's like, you are so out of your league. Where I'm like, anyone in this room could heckle you in a more constructive way than you just being like, oh, this fucking guy, he has long hair, he looks weird. It's such a stupid, like, okay. Like, it's like a punching down thing. It's not really funny. It's not really unique and interesting. It's just like, I don't know. It's just so weird. It's just such a weird city for comedy. And like anything that's not just like really homogenized and safe spacey doesn't do well. That's not being like, oh, I want to go and see the worst fucking shit I've ever seen, and like them saying horrible things. It's just comedians have to try stuff and do stuff that's outside the norm. And I think that when they're here, they tailor the comedy to a very specific type of audience, and then they never really challenge themselves at all, like ever. And it's just like, it's disappointing sometimes, because then you'll see someone who's really good, and they do really well, and then they fucking leave. And you're just like, well, shit, we lost a good comedian. And now they're going to be in the US, and then they're never going to come back here, because why would they? So, I don't know. I just want to see good comedy. That's it. I just want to see good comedy. Even Shay was asking me, he's like, when was the last time you saw a comedy show that you liked? And I was like, fucking 2007. I was like, I went and saw this, so there's a comedian, they're all British comedians, because that's where I'm from. It's a comedian called Peter Kay, and he was like the height of his popularity. And they did this. It was like my mom's boyfriend's birthday, and we went to London to the Albert Hall to go watch a comedy show. And it was like a teenage cancer thing. So they had all these comedians doing this thing. You buy the tickets, it goes towards teenage cancer research and everything. Like, yeah. Even though we have NHS, it's still one of those things where it's like it still needs funding, right? So it was like a charity thing to raise money for that. And we go and see that comedy show, and it's like Peter Kay, I think, is really funny. Maybe I haven't watched his stuff in a while, like a long time. Maybe it doesn't hold up as well, but it's just like very much, you know, of a certain time. And I'm like, yeah, that's totally fine. And a couple of other comedians that I like, where it's like they're more like TV comedy people, but also they do stand up too. And there's one called Ed Burns, and I thought he was really funny. I haven't seen his stuff in a long, long time. But at this teenage cancer event, he was like smoking on stage, like chain smoking. And he's like, yeah, I know where I am. I'm sorry. I'm just too addicted. And he's just fucking chain smoking at a teenage cancer event. We're like, Jesus Christ. So when you could smoke inside, he's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. But Peter Kay was really good on that night. I don't remember some of the other comedians, but Noel Fielding was there from Mighty Boosh or any of the quiz shows or British Bake Off or whatever. He was there, and he got fucking booed off stage. This was before the Mighty Boosh came out, and he was because he was telling jokes on stage that were basically bits from the Mighty Boosh, where he's talking about how he's like, oh, imagine if we all kind of everyone with hair tied their hair together, and we were this big beast, and we were riding around, and all the bald people could ride the beast and all this, and it would be like we'd riding around the city, and it was like prop comedy without any props, and it was so weird. And so people were started like yelling out like boo. One person yelled taxi, and he got really annoyed, like Noel Fielding did, and he was like, who said that, and they're like, he's like, oh, it's like, oh, how would you like it if people, came to your show and started heckling you? What if like all this crowd started heckling you? And he was like, it's like, everyone get together. It's like, we're going to call this guy a cunt. And he's like, on 3, 1, 2, 3. And he goes, cunt. No one in the fucking crowd said it with him. No one in the crowd. Like, everyone was against him. Like, this is a garbage routine. And he went, well, fuck you guys. And walked off stage, like, stomped off stage, pouting. And Peter Kay came out, the host. He was like, yeah, I'm with you guys. That was fucking shit. And he went anyway and just carried on. And I was like, yeah, it was so weird, but it was like it was just so funny to see like him do those bits, and then to see the Mighty Boosh and be like, and everyone like, oh my god, this is so amazing, and I'm like, this fucking bombed on stage. But it's like at the same time, you look at that and you're like, that was not the right setting, right? The stand-up thing, people were not there for him, they were not there for that. It was kind of weird and out there. It was like a really strange thing for him to do compared to all the other comedians, because it wasn't really like a comedy routine. It was just, hey, imagine these things. It was like a pitch show. It was weird, but it did really well on TV. And I was like, yeah, I mean, he was kind of a prick. I don't know. He seems like a prick, but now he's super popular and rich and famous, and like good for him. But he seemed like an absolute asshole from that experience. IT Crowd might be the most known, which is sad. Yeah. I've never watched IT Crowd. I watched like 3 episodes. I was like, this is fucking awful, and turned it off. That's my lukewarm take. I'm sure people are like, oh, it's so good, it's so funny. I'm like, I couldn't fucking do it. It was bad. So I'm gonna fully caveat. I'm not a good barometer of what is funny and what is good comedy and what is a good show and what isn't. Not in a I'm against the grain kind of way. I'm different than all the other girls kind of way. It's just like the certain things where I'm like, I can't get into this. I did not like the Batman movie, the Pattinson movie. I thought it was dumb as hell. I thought some stuff was really interesting. I thought it was fucking terrible. So I fully acknowledge that I am not a good barometer of what is good or what is shit people can like or whatever. Like I take full acknowledgement of that. Of like, don't ever base comment. But Dave Harris can go fuck himself, because every single person with it was like, this is horrendous. Like he's objectively bad at his job. Objectively bad. It's okay. We're all allowed to like different things regardless of it. This is not a safe space, Robin. How dare you be supportive, okay? Get back in your fucking cave with your goddamn migraine and feel better. I don't know. That had a weird energy. I forgot to eat my cheese. Oh, there's an ad going on. Ooh, cheese break? Cheese break, anyone? Just me? No, Robin, I do hope they're feeling okay. Yeah, it's one, actually, unhinged K-dramas. True, I will sue you. I will. I'm putting a case together. No, it's like, everyone can like their own thing. It's fine. What drives me nuts is when people are like, oh my god, you don't like this? As long as you're Fast and Furious. Hey, I worked on Fast and Furious, so of course I like the Fast and Furious. I de-aged the back of Vin Diesel's head, damn it. Fucking come for me. Um, actually true on Fast 9. All right, this ad's gonna run. I'm gonna use it to go take a bathroom break and eat some cheese and top up the Yap tank with some Coke Zero. I'll be right back. Keep an eye on Sarah for me, okay? Keep an eye on Sarah. Is this ad gonna run? I don't know if it's gonna run. I might have missed the window. Oh, I did it. Okay. BRB. We are so back. Hi. Thanks for keeping an eye on Sarah for me. I got a little snack and a Coke Zero. And man, I don't know. I feel like shit. I feel like I have the hangover body or hangover gut, but I'm like I didn't fucking drink. All the perks of I don't know, drinking Corona Sunbrews and not having alcohol in it. I don't know. I ended up drinking 2 cups of tea when I got back as well. I made one for me and Shay. Because everyone wanted a cup of tea and I had to find as many mugs as I could. Because I only had 3 actual mugs and I had just a travel mug and this other random thing. And he didn't want to drink it, so I ended up drinking 2 of them. So I was just drinking fucking tea at 11 o'clock, which doesn't sound like too bad, but black tea has a bit of caffeine in, so I was like, woo! So then I took melatonin, and I think, pardon me, melatonin is just, my body doesn't like it. Oh God, why is the cheese is coming back on me. I shouldn't have shoved it in my face. It was good though. It was good. Soft cheese is good. What was the thing I was gonna say? I was thinking of something I was gonna say. It's completely slipped my mind. Oh, the power wash. One of the power wash clips comes out today on YouTube Shorts. I think the boat one I think comes out today, which I want to see how well it does. I'm so curious on that stuff because I've been putting the Sydney to Nodal videos out. Ding fuck. Yeah, literally it's the ding fuck. It's I've been putting out the Sydney to Nodal videos and they're doing okay. They're doing okay, but it's just like segments from the stream. And then I've been trying to like whenever there's something that's fun that's clipped, I'll put it out as a short. But it's just I'm not gonna clip farm. I just don't have the energy to do that. I'm not funny enough to do that either. But also it's like I put them out on the Saturday Sunday streams because that's when it's like guaranteed that I'll be here. Which I got a call. Oh, I got a call yesterday. No, Thursday about potentially going back to work in the middle of February, which is interesting because the caveat with that is I might be going on set for some of that for a couple of weeks, so it will kind of fuck up schedule a lot, and there's just like no way around it. I don't know, like I don't even know if I'll be able to do like a weekend stream because if I'm on set, because a lot of it is night shoots, right? So it could be like, hey, you're finishing on Friday night, but you're finishing at 4 a.m. And I'm like, guess it's going to be a squat boy summer. I don't know. But yeah, I find out more about that soon. They're trying to get the schedule signed off on. I have an interview for another place on Tuesday, which may potentially actually work out well because there's two things that could happen. One is if it, I've already interviewed. It's a really weird situation. I've interviewed with them before, like 6 months ago. Then they did a hiring freeze. Now they're hiring again. I have to interview again. It's weird with the same people. It's so bizarre. And I feel like I don't know, in a fucking Groundhog Day time loop. But they're also potentially doing remote, and the remote is in a different country, which would be like the hours would be like starting at 1 or 2 p.m. in the afternoon, which means I would actually be able to still stream in the morning, which is interesting. So it's like, could work out, although it could be like 12-hour days and just be like insane. So who fucking knows? But I'm trying to figure all that stuff out right now. I'm not super worried about it. But yeah, that's kind of it. I'm trying to. I had something straight up ready to talk about. I was sitting on full disclosure. I was sitting on the toilet and I had something to talk about. And I immediately forgot as soon as I came back because I opened this Coke Zero and it's healing me. It's giving me life. Apparently, Sprite Zero is the golden fucking goose. And I gotta find it. I don't know where it is. I just panic grabbed this last night. Go back to the back. Just go sit on the toilet for a minute. I'll take the camera and we can just like have a chat. That's one thing I did yesterday is we like Shay and I always make fun of the TikTok videos where you have where it's like people showing they've just taken clips of movies and TV shows and they put them on TikTok and then they sit in the corner and they go part 1. And like Shay and I will just be doing random stuff and then send each other a video of us saying part 1. So he did one where it was like he was at home, he was about to put on like Blade 2 and just sent me a thing of the intro of Blade 2 with him in the corner going part 1. And then we were going to try and do one. We didn't do it because it was way too busy, but when I was in Gladiator 2, I thought it'd be really funny to do that in the theater, but I was like, I don't want to bother other people. But I did one yesterday where it was just me in the bathroom, but he was already in my apartment. And then when he left, as he was in the elevator leaving, I just have a video of me locking the door as I've just closed it, walking to the bathroom and sitting on the toilet and going, part 2. And that is why I'm not a stand-up comedian, because that's what I think is funny. And it's not funny, but I think it's funny. So there you go. I'm the same person that came up with a roguelike game about being a piece of food that travels through the digestive tract as a roguelike. And I don't know. I still want to learn how to make it. The idea I came up with the other day about the hide and seek one, I downloaded the game engine, which I don't know how to use. I downloaded a bunch of plugins that I don't know what they do for multiplayer and everything. So I'm like, man, what am I doing? I'm gonna go through this 3-week cycle of trying to like figure out this idea and do nothing with it. But I'm like, I gotta learn. I gotta do it. So I'm gonna try, come up with it. Download some free assets, make a couple levels, and see if I can figure out how to make a quick 1-level game. I think the goal would be like I want to learn different elements of it. Of like one, obviously I need to learn some coding stuff, but I don't know if I can code. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to do that. I know it will take time, but it's like I can barely speak English, let alone a fucking programming language. And I need to like get into that. And I was talking to Pyro about it, and we were saying about blueprints in Unreal Engine, where it's like you don't really have to program, you can just kind of like plug stuff in. I'm like, yeah, I probably can do that, like, and get a certain extent, but I still have to learn. It's not just like, oh, you just use nodes. It's like you still have to kind of learn how to do it. So there's a lot of things that, but I think as long as I have an idea where I think it could be fun to learn, I know it's gonna be really difficult and challenging, but yeah, I'm gonna try and work on that because game engine stuff is gonna be really important to my job when I go back because of the new head of studio, where the background is very game engine heavy with virtual production. That I'm like, I'm gonna really have to learn this. I should have been doing it the whole time, but it's just it doesn't. It's something where it's like I'd have to take more time that I don't really have to sit down and do it. Now I do have more time, but I'd rather make content. So it's like, so this weekend I have a meeting on Monday that I have to attend for the client, which is going to be real fun. It's at 9 a.m. No one's ever had a meeting that early in the morning, and living the struggle I do, like God gives his toughest battles to his strongest soldiers, which is getting up for a 9 a.m. meeting on a Monday. So I have to go and do that. So the weekend, so tomorrow I'll still stream and everything, but I have to spend the evening going through the VFX breakdowns of this film so that we can have this meeting on Monday. And there's some interesting stuff in there, but there's stuff in there where I'm like, I don't know how we're gonna do this. Like, it depends on the budget. I don't know what the budget is, but I'm like, they want some very trippy visuals that is very practically based, so it's not like it doesn't look super digital, which is fine. I don't like things looking super digital and CG-ish anyway. But there's things where I'm like, I'm gonna have to like really figure out how we do this either on set in a practical way or how we do it in post to make it feel more practical. Like there's a lot of stuff like that where it's like just like certain like effects that seem easy on the surface, but really to make them look good are not easy to do. It's like glowy, something that's like glowy or corporeal or kind of has like a translucency to it. And I'm gonna have to like come up with ways of like how to make that effect look good without looking cheesy and cheap, and that's not an easy thing to do. So I gotta really go through it. There's a lot of VFX in this film, more than we thought. Some is just like 2D stuff that's like kind of straightforward, like background replacement, like not the worst, or remove modernization or things like that. Like not the most insane thing. Pretty bread and butter stuff. But there's certain things where I'm like, this is very subjective, artsy, needs to kind of have a certain feel to it. So yeah, I got to spend some time figuring that out. Man, I do not feel good. I don't know. I don't get it. I got like how many sleep? Let's take bets. How many sleeps did I get? How many sleeps? Christ, man, I hate taking melatonin so much. It really fucks me up the next day. I got 7 hours of sleep. That's not terrible. That's not terrible. It says I got good quality sleep. I think you're lying to me, Garmin. I'm gonna be honest. I think you're lying to me. But yeah, don't mix melatonin and Corona sunbrews. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, that was it. I remembered finally. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. So one thing I did is I found out on Thursday that you can actually edit who the founders are of the channel. So whoever has the first badge of your channel. And so it's kind of weird and interesting that that you can do it, which is nice, but two, you can't pick. You basically have to just go through, and I think it's like an order. You basically have to go through and delete people from the list, and it replaces them with someone else. And so I have a bunch of people who since I got partnered, have not spoken to in like 6 years, are never coming back to this channel because, either through like relationship things or whatever. It's just like, I don't want the 25 founders thing of, I saw that you changed your name in Discord to Katie's 10th favorite. I saw that. Fucking guilt trip McGee over there. But it's like, so there's like 25 names of people I'm never ever gonna see, or they were gift subs because we got partnered and I had like 30 subscribers, when I first got partnered, because the day you get partnered, like, it's the same as like a subathon or whatever. Like people will be like, oh, congrats, blah, blah, blah. And so it's like a lot of people that I've seen once or I've never seen because like, and then gift subs came out or whatever. And so there was a lot of like gift subs. There was a lot of deactivated accounts as well. And I was like, man, I don't want these things to like sit with these people. Like it's bothered me for a while. Where I'm like, there's people around the channel, people who I'm friends with, who I would say have made this channel more of what it is than any of those people, because obviously it's evolved. But those people have been gone from my life for years. Like pre-pandemic, I stopped speaking to those people. And I was like, it just feels like a little bit of like, And so there's a couple of people on the list now where I'm like, I don't think that you should have this, but I'd rather that be kind of idle with that person than just some random person. Of like bigger streamers who like gave me a sub when I did like alerts for them, like stuff like that, where I'm like, you know what, I'm okay with you just like having this, even though I'm never gonna see you again, like in the channel, like that kind of way. Like you're probably not gonna subscribe to me again. I was like, and I'm sure you don't give a shit. But I went through and I removed a bunch of those people. So now, and I don't want to mention like everyone, because I don't want people to feel guilt to like subscribe to get the badge. Like that's not what it's about. It's more just like, if it's gonna sit idle on someone, I'd rather it sit idle on someone who is actually part of the channel, who is actually here and has been here for a long time or whatever, because I appreciate that you've stuck around despite all the ups and downs and me being gone for a lot of that time, and we're basically back at zero and starting over with the channel again. And it's like, no, I really appreciate that. And I think that, if ever those people sub again, they'll have that badge, and I think that's fucking cool. And if it doesn't, then it's theirs, right? So I went through and I removed a bunch of people. So now Robin has one. So Robin gets for a sub badge, has a first. Katie has one. Callowist has one. Aqua and Pyro have it. I know they're not subscribed, but they have one. And Toxic has one, I guess. But it's not a like, oh, you better subscribe because of bad. No, it's like if I ever like, because Toxic's obviously a mod. If we ever reach a point where I can like pay for your sub again, I just really don't have the money to do that right now. Or whatever, then it's like you'll have that badge, right? Because I'd rather you have it than some random person that I don't know that got gifted a sub in like 2019. It doesn't make sense. If it's gonna sit idle, I'd rather it be idle on someone who's actually around, So yeah, but Katie has one. Robin does, Aquapyro, and it's like a lot of people aren't subscribed, and that's totally fine. But I'd rather you have it and not use it than, like I said, be assigned to someone else who got gifted a sub. Like when we kind of unlocked a bunch of emotes at one point, and there was a lot of gift subs given out to do that. And it's like, I don't want these random people I've never met, or like deactivated accounts. Like, no, that's stupid. So yeah. Anyway, I went through and did that. That's what I did on my Thursday. Which was like, I just happened to catch, I was in Mop's channel, she was doing a 12-hour stream because it was a partnerversary. And I just happened to be there when they were talking about it. I was like, what do you mean you could change this? And I was like, holy shit. And so I told like Shay about it. I was like, hey, turns out you could do this. He didn't know. And he was like, yeah, I got to remove like people who are no longer around, like an ex and like everything who has these things. It's like, yeah, why now it can actually go to people who are actually part of his community and will be part of his community that actually deserve it a lot more, where just it's like just happening to by just you happen to be there at the very beginning. Like I could have got like when I got partnered, I could have gone live and some random person could have hit subscribe and then they have a first badge on my channel forever. You know? It's kind of weird on that front versus like people who are actually part of the community that you're trying to build and do. So yeah. Oh, pardon me, excuse me. Sorry. I sent all that nice sentimental thing and then just burp in your face. You know what? I stand by it. I'm not even going to apologize. I'm not a comedian in Vancouver. I refuse to apologize for my grotesque behavior. I also added more emotes. Shocking, I know. I added the one, which was the stare one when I had a phone. But then everyone was saying it looked like I was holding a gun. And I was like, I would make a gun emote, but I also, that's not what that was supposed to be. So now we have 2 emotes where I separated them. So now we have the phone and my face, which I made really wide for some reason to fill out the emote space. So it's just my face stretched with my eyes made big. But I like the fact that I can use the phone as its own thing because I can do like combos like this. If you're on YouTube, you can't see any of this, but or maybe you can. I guess it pops up in the corner. There you go. It's like, no, I don't believe it. No. And I think that's a nice little fun combo. Because it can either just be like, I'm filming this, or I clip that. Or it's like someone showing you, like I'm reading chat, and I'm like, the fuck am I reading? Especially with the cringe face. So, yeah. I have no idea what we're doing today, by the way. Fuck. I have no idea what we're doing today. Absolutely here to waste your time. Happy to yap. I can't believe I yapped for like an hour about a fucking terrible comedy show that I went to. I came up with more material than fucking Dave Harris, that's for sure. Christ. I'm not feeling Cine Nerdle. It doesn't feel like the time. Maybe some power wash. I don't know. Yeah, I feel really off. I don't think I might even go to the gym today. I feel really off. And it's really odd because I didn't drink. I literally didn't drink at all. It's weird. Maybe we'll do some power wash. I don't know. Gonna be real fucking lazy. We're gonna power wash some oh, well, there's my file structures. Enjoy. Oh, I gotta turn that off. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I'll kill some time with power wash. I actually just want to do something chill. I don't know if that's okay. If whoever's here gives a shit. I don't think you give a shit. Oh, I turned both of these on. I was testing stuff on so the other thing I was doing was so PayPal is changing the terms of service on the website for invoicing, which is really fucking annoying because I've used invoicing for animated emotes and things like that. And they've changed it where if you invoice, it gives the person your full name, phone number, and address. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And you can set it to hide to recipient, things like that, but they're changing the policies like today or like the next few days. And there's like now it's like there's certain things that you can't hide. And it's like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Like no large business is using PayPal as the main payment system. Like, yes, on websites they do, but in terms of an invoicing system, no one's using PayPal of that size. They're using a real real invoicing system. So all it's doing is hurting small businesses by forcing them to give out their personal information, which is insane. But it turns out if you have a business account, which was the worst part, if you donated to people on Twitch, it just gave them your fucking phone number that you would have on there. Because you had to put like a customer service phone number. It's fucking crazy. So I deleted it. Mine was like an old one, so it wasn't like giving out my number. It was giving out an old number, which I don't have anymore. But I was like, man, what the fuck? So I was like worried about it, and I was trying to switch to using coffee as the tipping thing. I don't get any tips. I don't want any tips. Like I don't give a shit. But it's always like cover your bases, make sure everything is above board, and make sure everything is kind of. You got to stay on top of that stuff. Otherwise, if you're not paying attention, that's where like your information gets leaked and doxed and all sorts of stuff. Like you just got to stay on top of that stuff regardless. Because I do use PayPal for other things and whatnot. So I was like, well, let's get all this sorted. And then I was like, oh, I could just delete the phone number and it seems to be okay. And, it can change the way. I think I can do it where it's like I can invoice a different way and then take payments through PayPal.me, like the PayPal.me thing. And that way it doesn't give out all that information. And it's just such a stupid change. I don't know. It makes no sense where it's like, it only hurts small businesses and doesn't affect bigger ones. Like why? And I get it's like seller protection and things like that, but at the same time, it's like a lot of people are doing online digital art. It's like, why are you removing the ability to protect ourselves as people? So anyway, that's my little rant about PayPal. I don't know. It's just like, I get that there's no other options really out there, like for streamers. Hi, Liz. Good to see you. I know there's not a lot of options for streamers. There's like Stream Elements has something called SE Pay, which seems interesting, where it's basically like a wallet. So you can receive donations and tips or whatever into SE Pay, and then it goes to that, and it doesn't give any information out, and then you can withdraw that money, and it's basically the same fees as PayPal. It's basically the same, but it has just like a little bit more separation between you and that person. That's why I wanted to use Coffee, because it's like it still gives out like the email address that you give as like a customer service one, and you can't not give a customer service email, which is fine, but it's also like I don't need a customer service email. But it gives like an itemization of what the thing is. It's like it says like coffee for Cameron Kidd or whatever versus like a tip or whatever it is. Like it actually like itemizes it properly. And I was like, okay, that's good. But it's like asking too many steps, right? Whereas like, and then I had to do like whole other alerts for it because you have to use, it doesn't integrate with like Streamlabs or Stream Elements. You have to use Coffee's one. And it's just like gray coffee. It's like a coffee cup on this gray background. It looks like an Xbox achievement thing. And it just kind of like slides up and you're like, you've got no control over the animation. And I was like, well, I don't like this. So I found I found a different way, and I can use Streamlabs again now, which is fine. But yeah, there's too many things. I already have too many things on my computer, and I don't like it. I like it being stripped down and scuffed. I kind of like the way Northern Line does his, where it's like he has one scene when there's no camera, and it just has like a background photo, and then when he has camera on, either you see the game or it's black screen behind him, and he just moves the little camera, and that's it. And I'm like, man, that's the dream. That's the dream. Just like 2 fucking scenes and that's it. That's all you need. But I don't think I can get away with that because I like cameras too much. So, yeah. Liz, how are you? How was your weekend so far? Happy Saturday. I'm gonna waste everyone's time by playing some Power Wash Simulator. Because why not? Gotta make sure that I can tell the time today. I'll be honest, I might end a little earlier today and just squats. Just because I'm kind of feeling weird. I kind of want to play the Shrek thing, but it's been fine. Drinking coffee, doing nothing. The dream! What coffee are you drinking? Do you have any recommendations for a good coffee? Alright, well, we're doing the Breaking Bad thing again. Cool. So rich? Yeah, because there's nothing to spend the money on. The fuck? Wait, what am I cleaning? Oh. Interesting. Well played, game. Apologies for the deception. Why is there 2 of me on screen? What's going on here? Can I do it this way? There we go. We're back. We're so back on this side. I'm gonna forget, and then I'm gonna make a Twitch clip. And clicked the wrong side of it. Apologies for the deception and relax. This isn't an alien invasion or anything like that. We simply time-traveling scientists from the year 2278. Cool. What were you traveling through to make it all dirty? I've been drinking this coffee called Kicking Horse, and it's okay. I think I keep burning the milk, though. That's the problem. I'm making, like, lattes with espresso. So I have a little, I have a machine called a DeLonghi Stolosa. It's like a $120 espresso machine. Actually pretty great. And, oh, this has so many nooks and crannies as well. Coffee called Native Ground Coffee, and it's Native American. Oh, okay. I'd be interested in trying that. There's a couple of, like, coffee services here with, like, they'll do, like, a delivery and, like, a rotation. Maybe that's on there. I'll have to have a look. Or you can get, like, a little sampler bag. I'd be interested in that. I've been trying to find local ones here. There might be something equivalent of, like, First Nations that we have here that probably exists. I can look into that. But I'm sure I can probably find that. Canada does, like, have a lot of, like, tracing. Although, tariffs did go into effect today, so God knows what's going to happen. I'm a little scared. Well, to be fair, Canada charges tax on anything over $20. It's insane. I've never experienced that anywhere else where it's like anything that's valued over $20 is tax duty. It's insane. So I'll have a look. I'll have a look for that. Maybe I can get it on Amazon. I'm not sure. I don't like supporting small businesses on Amazon. I'll be honest, but sometimes it's the only way you can get something, and it kind of sucks. Okay. Wait, can I actually buy shop stuff this time? 5G, man, what I would do for $6 grand right now. So many things. Yay! I should probably check. Hang on. Is it all just metal? Metal and glass? Okay. Alright, Hawks, chill out. We have sales tax on everything, even if it's 50 cents. Yeah, that's crazy. The amount varies. Yeah, the whole system though, like we have that here too, where it's like you'll have provincial tax and then federal tax, but it's not as insane there. But here it gets kind of confusing too, because sales tax, I think it's sales tax doesn't apply to groceries and food, but it does to like snacks and drinks. And then on top of that, we have all of these like environmental fees and can fees, and it's per can. So like I bought like a bunch of like sodas, and it's like buying a pack of soda, you're paying like an extra $2-3 just in like environmental fees. It's wild. But then groceries, some don't have sales tax, some don't. Some have more, some have less. Amazon is convenient. Yeah, it's like I still feel weird about it, especially now with what's going on of like I want to buy more Canadian things, but there are a lot of Canadian companies that are on okay, we'll buy a couple of you. We'll buy, there we go. I want to try and support more Canadian companies because of the whole tariffs thing as well. But it's like, it's also hard sometimes. Cam talking about taxes. We are so back. Hey, it's happy tariff day, Shay. Hi, Shay. Oh, you missed the entire hour where I talked about fucking Dave Harris. I don't care anymore. I'm fucking calling him out. Wow, love to not pay taxes on groceries. It's kind of great. It is kind of great, but then you also have to pay all these other fees, and they also charge you bag fees. So if they're giving you a shitty paper bag while it's raining, you pay 50 cents for a bag. It's great. It's just the best, and it doesn't go towards any services for recycling. It's so good. Just steal, no tax. With the bags, I've started to. I just don't care. I'm sorry, but I already paid for the bag. It's built into the price, okay? Just put the groceries in the bag, bro. Am I using the right thing? Yeah, I am curious how the tariffs are going to affect things. I feel like that's going to be walked back so quick when especially Americans are going to be like, hey, why does all of my stuff suddenly cost like 60% more, because they didn't realize that all of the wheat comes from fucking Canada. And so Canada's like, well, if we're paying tariffs, we're gonna charge 50% more. You know, stuff like that. Oh yeah, suds me up, daddy. I shouldn't really waste it all on the top. We should also... Oh god. Man. Ah! Why do I keep sliding up this hill? We came here to solve historical mystery to why Mount Rushless suddenly became so angry, then he suddenly stopped. Liz, are you still streaming now and again? I haven't seen you live in a while. Are you still streaming or like making any kind of content? I did see that you're on Blue Sky. I haven't followed anyone on Blue Sky yet because I just don't know if I'm actually going to use it. I stopped using Twitter because fuck that guy. And I have a Blue Sky, but I don't know if I'm going to use it. I think I'm kind of social media'd out. Making content, yes, not so perfect. You know what? That's all we ever ask, okay? That's all we want. As long as you're making something. But no, I just don't know if I can do social media anymore. I'm an aged man, okay? I got more gray hair than I don't. Everywhere. Remember that time where like, oh, the rise of like the OnlyFans stuff, like Blue Sky? Is it actually good? It is weird that like, I know there's like the following tab. The Discover tab is kind of a little strange, where I can't just like, I have to like actually physically scroll to the top of it, or if I hit the home button, it just refreshes the whole thing and I lose whatever I was looking at. The only things I get, if I ever open Blue Sky, the only things I get served on there is James Webb Telescope photographs and needlepoint saying fuck Elon Musk or fuck Nazis. That's kind of the only thing I ever get shown. And the occasional Hank Green tweet. Or Blue Sky, I guess. I don't know, what are we calling it? Are we just calling it tweets? Blue Sky, skying, bluing? Just follow a bunch of people from different lists that people made. So Shay said that he set up one for his work and did that where like it auto-populates lists on things. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it. And that's on me. Let's do this. Nope, that's metal. Fuck it. What is this? Amateur hour. Okay, we're gonna run up to the top. I don't think that smoke's coming out of the actual thing. You call them posts because they're supposed to be called skeets. Yeah, you have children. What the fuck, skeets? I'm not calling anything skeet. Okay. I'm not even gonna call fucking Skeet Ulrich by his name. Okay. If I'm not gonna, you know, honor that, then I'm not calling something skeet. Fucking skeet. Sorry, I'm actually annoyed by this, that they're calling it skeets. It's like, we could just lose the Twitter thing, the tweet thing. Let's just move on. Why is it gotta be like, no, we have to like hold on to this thing, but make it this, right? It's like when it changed it to X, like, oh, we gotta call it Zeets. And it's like, no, we don't. We can call it anything we want, okay? We can call it, I don't know, fucking... No, you know what, my brain... No. You know what? I don't give away my good bits for free, okay? I'm not Dave Harris. Show your butthole on the internet, but if you say skeet... You know what? We've all got to draw a line in the sand somewhere, Liz. And I respect where you drew your line. Very Meatloaf of you. I would do anything online, but I won't say skeet. Yeah, skeet's fucking horrendous. That is truly a terrible name for something. Perfect. Exactly, right? You've been doing that full time for a while now, right? Because there was like, what I was saying before was like, there was this time where everyone on Twitch, I don't say everyone, not everyone, but there was just like the time when OnlyFans became a thing, especially around the beginning of like COVID, and like a lot of people jumped on that bandwagon and then immediately were like, or like within 3 months, you're like, ooh, this was a bad idea, and just like abandoned it, and we're like, well, so your nudes are out there now. It's like you kind of already in for a penny, you know. But and then some people stuck with it, and then it's like actually worked out pretty well for them. I'm like, good for them. I don't have the courage. I would if I could. I would if I could. My body isn't built that way though. It's been on and off for 3-ish years. That's not too bad. That's pretty good though. Like you stuck with it. I'm sure it's like doing. If you're still doing it, it must be doing something right, you know, which is awesome. I mean, what is the expression? It's just like everyone's selling their body, because people are like, oh, this isn't a real job or this, you're just selling your body, and everyone's like, yeah, you're doing that to a corporation for minimum wage. I have absolute freedom. Like, what's the difference here? Got some devoted fans? Hell yeah. Hey, give the people what they want, what they pay for. That is the fucking dream. Content is content. Who gives a shit of like the context of that? Like fuck it. There's an audience out there for everyone. Like in like a more abstract kind of way, but not of like the topic that we're talking about. It's like Shay and I talk about it quite a lot. Just like the whole concept, like the 1,000 true fans, where you can sustain yourself if you have 1,000 true fans of people who support the content that you make. If they all paid like, I don't know, $1 or $5 to like see the content that you like, you could live and sustain yourself on a reasonable salary, and that's all it takes. And it's kind of like, when you think of it that way, that's not like a super unreasonable thing to aim for, right? It's like if you have 1,000 people paying $5 to support your stuff, you're making $60K a year, and it's like that's not a terrible income to spend your time doing something that like gives you freedom of living your life the way you want to. It might not be making you a ton of money. It might not be, you know, you're not balling on a, you know, maybe you're balling on a budget, but like you were able to like pay your bills and live and eat and survive. It's like, yeah, it's like I can go work a minimum wage job, like stacking shelves or whatever, and that's totally fine. That's a fine way to do it if you don't want to do it other ways. But if you're actually passionate about something and you enjoy doing it and you're making money from it, that's kind of the dream, right? That's not including if I do special sales. Yeah, that's just like the base. That's just the cost of entry, right? That's just to get your foot in the door, so to speak. So it's like, you know, I think most people, I mean, depending on the context of what it is they're doing, but if you say to most people, hey, if you do a thing that you're really passionate about, and 1,000 people will pay you $5 a month to like for you to do that, they would jump at that in a heartbeat versus working a job that they probably don't really love but pays the bills, right? At least I hope they would. I think that would be a much more interesting world. I mean, society as we know it would collapse. But I think in terms of like personal fulfillment, I think a lot of people would enjoy that. That said, there are a lot of people out there that they're afraid to take those leaps, right? Of work for themselves. They'd rather just have a steady paycheck. And the illusion of a safety net of either benefits or, you know, a regular job. It's like, well, if someone in that business fucks up, that business goes under, you're the one that kind of pays for it. The crevice on this, look, I'm sure you've seen worse, okay? We've all been on the internet, okay? We've all been on Rule 34 websites. I've seen far dirtier crevices. Man, my I shouldn't talk about this. Let's just say my algorithms on certain websites, I don't know how they got to where they are, but I've definitely seen some stuff that I was not expecting to, and this is kind of giving me flashbacks of that, of just dirty crevices, and I'm just like, ooh. It's like I didn't need to see that. It's like, you know what? I'm glad that people are into what they're into, but my God, that was not what I was looking for on a Tuesday afternoon at 3 o'clock, okay? I was trying to watch Blue's Clues. This ain't it. Crevice is pretty clean. Good. You know what? Good. It's so funny, like, playing a game like this as well, where you're just like, sometimes like, oh man, it's so tedious. Like I gotta like go all the way around, do this, and I'm like, the fuck else am I doing in this game? This is the whole game, or any game. I'm like, oh, I'm wasting time by cleaning like the folds, the little nooks and crannies around this fucking engine. And I'm like, all right, but if I'm in Fortnite, I'm spending 15 minutes running across a map to get shot within 30 seconds. Feel the same way. But you do, right, Toxic? You're just like, oh, this is so tedious. It's like, it takes up so much time. What else am I doing? What would I be doing if I wasn't doing this in any other game? The answer is the same thing. Doing a fucking tailing mission in an Assassin's Creed game? Yeah, quick, son. Let me jump on that real quick. It's so funny how you like contextualize that stuff. Anti-gravity camera. Where? Oh my god, all of the fucking textures. I do think it's cool that they've kind of like improved a lot of like the texturing skills in this game. Because it was very like, the way they did it before was very like geometrical, where it just kind of like, there was all these nooks and crannies based on like how geometry kind of pushed together. Now it's like the angle of the normal maps of this like makes a difference. That stuff's kind of cool. I kind of like that like clearly the game developer has like improved as a developer while making this game, as well as just making the game better. I don't know, I feel like it's hard to kind of fuck up a game like this. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh yeah, look at those crannies. What's happening on my phone? I should really silence my phone while I'm streaming, but I don't. Don't know what's going on in the world. I don't know, I'm just always like anxious right now that I'm gonna miss like an email that's really important or something. But then I see my email and it's fucking TD being like, hey, do you wanna pay us $10 a month to do nothing? It's a really good deal. And I'm like, no, I don't. Like, you sure? You don't wanna transfer all your balances to us and ruin your credit score? No, I'm good. I'm good, TD, thanks. You want to trade on our platform? It only costs you $10 to buy and $10 to sell? No, I'm good. Everywhere else is free. You sure though? You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm good. Thank you though. Thank you for always showing that you care about my money being in your pocket. God, this is like, I thought this would be a lot easier than it is. This is actually taking a long time. Not as long as the frickin' boat, though. I'll say that. That boat was horrendous. I never want to clean the boat again. Get all up in there. Camera. Why can't you just suppose... Why can't you just support those poor defenseless banks? You think you just make and hold? I do. In fact, I think they do it so much that they were sued for fucking money laundering and fraud, and then have the audacity to like charge me money because they mistakenly took money out of my account, because you have to pay to have a goddamn checking account. Yeah, now they really, yeah, wouldn't give me a fucking mortgage, but then the #1 mortgage fraud bank in the whole fucking world, and it's like, cool, the fuck is this? Oh, you know, it sounds like my landlord right now. It's like, oh, I don't know if you can make the payments of this mortgage. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, but all the people who lied on forms and you gave mortgages to, they could? Yeah? Okay, that sounds good. That sounds good. That sounds reasonable. And we're fucking blasting through this. And then, I don't know if you get it as well, Pi. I think you have turbo, though. I'm not sure. Maybe you don't anymore. Where it's like the ads that you get 4 different ads if you're in Canada. You get CeraVe, and it's like, hey, it's me, CeraVe. Suck my willy, whatever the fuck they say. And it's like that ad over and over again. And then you get the 2 TD investment ones where you have the guy who needs to just fucking shave it because he's clearly going bald and refuses to acknowledge it. And it's just like, come on, guy. Just embrace it, okay? I know you're 23, but just shave it. Just shave it. And then you have the guy with the voice break. He's like, oh, you're a gamer. And you're just like, I'm not taking advice from you, fucking Black Ops 6, bro, dude. Oh, yeah, no, you kept Turbo fuck ads. Yeah. I thought about getting rid of a bunch of subs and just going back to Turbo because it's getting a little pricey when it's $9 a sub. You know? It's not great. It's coming. I know that it's coming. That Twitch is gonna get rid of they're gonna get rid of Prime sub, or they're gonna reduce it, because they've hinted at it a few times where they're clearly losing money on it. That I'm pretty sure that is gonna destroy the entire ecosystem on Twitch if they get rid of it. I know there's a lot of people who gift subs, but I genuinely think if they get rid of the Prime sub, a lot of streamers are gonna go from full-time to part-time real quick. Count on 9% of your subs, just kept Turbo when you miss when Prime give you ad for you. Yeah. I mean, they got rid of that on just actual Prime TV as well. Like, they got rid of all of it. It's not great. Yeah, I think they should have. I still think that they need to bundle in. I mean, they've changed stuff now, so it's a little bit better, where if you're an affiliate, they've now added the enhanced broadcast thing where you can do your own transcodes, and I do think that's cool if you have like an NVIDIA card. I think that that's actually really handy. But I genuinely thought a long time ago, if they were going to do Prime, Turbo, they should have bundled it with like pro unlocks for streamers. So it's like, you know, with Turbo, it's like you get longer VODs, which I'm like, yeah, that doesn't benefit viewers, that benefits streamers. So it's like, oh, you get 60 days instead of 14, unless, like, if you're a partner, you get 60 days, but if you are not a partner, it's like 14 days VODs are held. And, but if you're a Turbo subscriber, you get like 60 days, which is like kind of, it's useful, but not really. Now I'm like regretting where it's like I see all these 24/7 channels popping up. Not that I would make it 24/7, but I'm like, man, I probably should have like downloaded and saved all my VODs. Because eventually, who knows? Although it's not exactly the most riveting fucking content I'm putting out there. It's just me complaining about a shitty comedian in Vancouver for an hour. But it's like they should have added stuff where it's like if you paid for Turbo, you got like transcodes or something, right? Where it's like it made it more, it gave more value. If they're gonna add features for streamers who, like, especially on partners, at least add stuff like that where you get some extra benefits. Because there's no way that Turbo as well is remotely making money. There's no way, because you're getting ad-free viewing, and when I see like my analytics of like, I don't know, 6 viewers or whatever I have, like these days my average is like 7 viewers. If people are watching with Turbo on like a 4-hour stream, I'm getting like 20 to 30 cents, and I'm like, that's pretty good from just Turbo, like ads from Turbo. It's like 20-30 cents. I'm like, okay, if I stream 4 times a week for a month, that adds up quite a lot. And if there's a couple of people Turbo, you know, that might be like 1 or 2 people, but I'm like, that's easily, if they're watching all of these channels ad free, where you're on Twitch enough to do that, it's like, there's no way this is making any money. Most likely losing a shit ton, plus some goes to the broadcast. Yeah, it's like you're no longer running the ad, you're then paying the streamer money as if the ad did run, and people who pay for Turbo most likely are watching a lot of Twitch, right? They're watching a decent amount of it. I'm only really watching channels that I like subscribe to. I know that you've come back recently and I've like watched the last few streams that you've been doing, which I don't have Turbo, but it's like I've really only watched streams that I'm subscribed to, not for any specific reason other than just like the fact of I don't watch a lot of people on Twitch, which I need to start doing for like research purposes, for like improving my own content. I need to start actively like watching more Twitch to learn more about it, because I really am out of touch with the platform, which sounds like a very cynical way to watch stuff, but I do think it's important of like watching streams that are a certain size to kind of get a good idea of the type of content that they're making, how they kind of produce it. It can be really tricky to kind of figure that out though, because you could have someone who has like 50 viewers because they get rated a bunch. You could have someone who has like 2 viewers because they're playing a game that they're not known. You know, there's so many different variations on that. So it's like I've been trying to watch more like YouTube content, and I've been like trying to figure it out from there because I'm trying to focus more on YouTube in the sense of like where I put my efforts in on making stuff. But I still think it's useful to have an understanding of like how people who are successful are kind of running their own communities and whatnot. There's certain ones where I'm like, I don't like this. It's too much work. It's like I'm not willing to do that because it's not 2017 anymore, and I'm not gonna do 3 a.m. watch parties of movies for like 2 people. I'm just not. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff to that. Also, anyone that is here, Pyre runs. I think you fixed the link now on your YouTube. I think on your Twitch when I called it out. Pyre runs a really good, interesting YouTube channel that is about his business that is a laundromat, and it's super interesting because he talks a lot about the concepts behind the business, like not just about like, oh, look how much money I have. You did? Yeah, no worries, dude. I saw that and I was like, because it went to like another channel. I was like, he probably needs to like. I get it, because it's like it's not the thing that you were probably thinking of, because you probably weren't expecting to come back and stream for a bit. But I was like, oh yeah, because I was like, oh right, I was trying to find your channel again, which I think I need to subscribe to, but I've been, your videos pop up on my algorithm, so I don't think I've subscribed, because it's like, oh, I just see them anyway, so it doesn't matter, but I should. But I really enjoy watching, because it's like you talking about like the areas that you've opened the places in, your plans of what you're going to expand upon, and like it's kind of watching you count money, but also you talking through the rationale of the business as well, and what you're looking at doing and why. And it's like, I kind of like that insight, because I think a lot of channels, they do that where they talk about the business side of things, but they only really talk about the upsides. They never really talk about the realities of running those businesses too. And I do think you find a good balance with that, where you actually talk about like the bad, the realistic elements, right? Because there was there's a YouTuber called Danny Gonzalez. He's a pretty big YouTuber, and he did a video about Amazon flippers, like the warehouse flippers, where they'll buy like a return box for like $500, and what they try and do is sell the items in that return box to make a profit. And he was like watching channels like, oh, these people make this look so easy and so good, and then he did a video on it. He was like, this was the worst shit I've ever been through. He's like, I would never want to do this again. Something in this box like gave me a rash. I don't know what it was. I think I got bitten by a spider or something. It was just like, it's like, yeah, there's no way. It's like the amount of people I had to deal with on Facebook Marketplace that were just like batshit crazy. He's like, yeah, I'm never doing this again. Your editor is actually moving in and staying with. Oh, that's awesome. That's really good. So kind of not like, kind of gets like a little bit of a content house. That's, I mean, it makes sense, right? To be kind of in the thick of it and in the environment. And if you have the space, then, and like your partner's okay with it too, then that's fucking awesome, you know? I would love to do something like that where it's focusing on that, but it needs to kind of like, need to be in a position where it makes sense to do that for the type of content that I do, right? It's like, I think it's good to go all in and just kind of commit to it, but I've got to also make sure that I'm actually like making the content first. Like, I have a lot of like milestones in my head of just like, if I do this for this long, then that's okay. If I do that, you know, so it's like, I've said to a lot of people, it's like, don't resubscribe to my channel if you even wanted to. You don't have to, but like, don't do it for at least like 3 months to make sure that I'm actually showing up and making content and being here consistently, because I don't want to take people's money and then I leave and have to go back to work and it gets too busy and I can't stream. And you know, like, I want to add value to people's subscription, not just like emotes, but being consistent and being there. And so it's like, okay, I don't want to like fuck that up, and then you're one step further. That it's like, okay, like YouTube videos, I want to do this, and build up and build up. We probably watch a YouTube series of me shitting on comedians. Yeah, just fucking ostracize myself in the Vancouver community. That'll go over so well. You know what, I'm good at that anyway. Fuck it, you know what? And it all culminates like the end of the series is like me having to do, I have to do a routine, but only in front of all of those comedians. that's like what I have to do. Is like I criticize them for a year at every single show, and then I have to do a routine in front of them to like prove and be like, guys, this is just so easy. And it's like, yeah, that would be really funny. No, it's like, this is the thing. I don't ever want to over criticize. Like, you know, I'm trying to speak it as objectively as I can, but I fully acknowledge and I understand about how I'm just gonna snooze that. How difficult it is to get up in front of a crowd and do that, right? It's very personal. And like, you know, I have a lot of respect for that because it's something that I don't know if I could really do. But at the same time, it's like, I am a paying customer and this is what I paid for, and it's like, I expect effort, like a little bit of effort. Like, I think what pisses me off the most is the other people that showed up tried and actually wrote material and this guy didn't. And it pisses me off because I feel like it's so disrespectful to his fellow comedians to do that. When, like, there are comedians who can do that and just show up and do like a 10-minute set, 5-minute set off the cuff, and they're good at that, and that's totally fine. But he is not one of those comedians. He is not good enough to do that. And I just think it's so rude. I don't care if I've seen the routine before. It's like, yeah, that's fine. Like, it sucks because I've already fucking paid to see the same thing twice. As a guy who watches the same movies over and over again, I'm complaining about watching the same thing over and over again. But I'm just like, you couldn't write like two jokes, 3 jokes. Like, you're just trying to like make it up as you go along, but you suck at making it up as you go along. Like, this is bad for everyone. You're making everyone look bad, and you should feel bad. Like, I don't know. That's what pisses me off. If it was just like a bad show and it like everyone was kind of like, I'd be like, you know what, wasn't great. You know, there was some of this, some of that. That's fine. But it just really pissed me off that we paid money for that, and like other people showed up and gave time and actually like put effort in to the routine, and this guy didn't. That's what bothers me the most. Just put some fucking basic bare minimum effort in. How did I miss that? Wait, no, that's clean. What? A Tritalium saucer. Is that just the overall name of it? So, yeah. I don't know. I have two. The problem I have as well is it's not analysis paralysis, but I have too many ideas that I want to work on at all times that I end up not working on any of them because I just flip-flop between them so much, and it's like, I really need to just pick one and stick with it and see it through to the end. That's what I need to do. Like, I want to put out another video next Saturday, and I need to not come up with the idea. I have the ideas. I have about 100 ideas written down. I have to just fucking pick it and do it, you know? Don't have to do one of the bigger ones. Don't have to do, like, one that's going to cost a lot of money or time. But I need to, like, just fucking make it, you know? Stop worrying about this and that. Like, Shay and I were talking about the last video I put out, which is the VFX artist critiques. And it's, like, the funniest part of that to me is me being, like, an Oscar-winning VFX artist who's part of a team that won an Oscar. But my green screen cuts my hands off, and like I have a black outline around me, and you can see all the dirt of the green screen where it didn't key properly, and I'm like, that to me is the funniest thing of like, I can back up my skills with like the highest award you can get in the visual effects industry, but I just like did the most scuffed VFX that you could, and I think to me that is the funniest thing. But one thing I really wanted to do was I wanted to do like movie reviews, but in the start, like kind of like an Angry Joe kind of way of where he kind of like has the costumes and everything. But I wanted to take it to like a really high level where I'm basically like recreating the film as I'm reviewing it. And then I was like, yeah, I don't have the money to do this. But I understand why Angry Joe doesn't do this. Because I was like, oh, I'd love to do like a review of like the substance, but it starts off with like a shot where it like rolls down a hallway and then goes into like the white tile room, and it's me like lying on the floor with the prosthetic thing, and I'm like, yeah, that alone is like a $15,000 shot. Like, let's be real right now, okay? I have a nice camera, I know how to do all the things, but I'm talking about building sets and props for a video that's gonna get 200 views. Let's maybe start where we can actually execute on some of these ideas, you know? But yeah, just like absolute scuffed VFX things, but then you see my IMDb credits and you're just like, wait, what the fuck? This guy was a supervisor on Sonic 3, what the fuck? Which again is just really funny. This guy did this guy killed Robb Stark in Game of Thrones. Yeah, I did. Yeah, that was me. Get fucked. To make all the costumes out of paper. Just absolutely rip off Cardboard Cowboy's whole aesthetic and just make videos like that. Just like you know what? Piss off all the comedians by shitting on all of their stuff and reviewing it, and then piss off all the streamers by stealing their stuff. I think, you know what? I think this is gonna work out really well for me. I think it's gonna go so good. No. Okay. Alright. I probably should use the dirt squidgy thing. Ah, it's crevices, man. How have we still got dirt in there? I do think it'd be funny if this game added like an outsource mode where it's got online play and you can hire people with the in-game money and you can pay them to come and clean things for you. Sorry, I'm just dying. $1 million idea. The TD of YouTube. Oh my god. Yeah. God, yeah. I'm kind of stuck with TD for some stuff right now, but my god, if I could move away from them, I would. I just don't feel like absolutely destroying my credit. This is the problem. I guess it's more with Visa than anything, but it's like, why is my credit score tied to an individual line of credit, like my credit card? Why is it not tied to me as a person? So if I get rid of my credit cards and move to a different bank, my credit score tanks and I have to rebuild it. That's fucking insane. That makes zero sense. Why is that a system that is in place? Like, why would you tie someone's credit score to an individual line of credit? Like, make it make sense, Canada. Make it make sense, okay? Dude, this thing is a pain to clean. I haven't even used the ladder once, and that's probably a bad thing. Oh, never mind. We're good. We're soaked back. Come on. Surely, that was the stuff. Oh, there we go. Okay. A little rust. Should I put a bit of Coke Zero on that? Clean it up. I don't know if Coke Zero does the same thing as regular Coke. I don't think it'll clean it. It always makes you think of, have you ever seen Basketball? Where it's like Jenny McCarthy's in it, and she's like, he's like, oh, you want to, it's like, polish my knob. And then it like cuts to her and she's like sucked all the brass of like a doorknob and it's all over her mouth. And I'm just like, the fuck is this movie? But it always just like makes me think, whenever I see Rust and I see the whole thing with like the Coke cleaning rust off like a bumper, it just makes me think of that scene in Basketball for some reason. Just me? Okay. Well, shit. Baseball and Orgasmo, never know me. Right? It's been a while since I've seen Orgasmo. It is very funny where it's like the stunt cock. It's just like a completely different, it's a guy who's a completely different race and there's like, is anyone gonna, he's like, no one's gonna care. No one's gonna notice. Orgasmo is really good. Basketball, I still think holds up. I actually still think Basketball kind of holds up. And it's still a really funny film. Oh god, I'm stuck. Oh, come on. I think it still kind of holds up. There's certain comedies where I'm like, yeah, this did not age well at all. I do think Basketball pretty much holds up. One that I've only seen little bits of is Cannibal the Musical. But I kind of didn't... I didn't really think it was funny when I saw it when I was a teenager. So I was like, I don't think this is going to really... I don't think it's the best work, but it means to an end, right? They ended up making South Park and everything, but yeah, Matt Stone and Trey Parker, I really have a lot of respect for them for like pushing the boundaries of TV. And just, they're very much like comedy is comedy and everything's okay, nothing's okay. And they kind of really play onto that. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what it should be. That's kind of what I'm talking about with these comedians, right? It's just like, no, you gotta commit to the bit. And some stuff is really not gonna land and it's gonna piss people off. But it's like Ryan Johnson said, it's like, I'd rather make something that's divisive than something divisive that people talk about, whether they love it or hate it, than something where people just think it's meh and no one ever talks about it again. Like, I'd rather make something that actually like sticks with people for better or worse. And I agree with that. So, yeah. Oh my god, we're so fucking close. There's like one thing left. Let's go this day. All right. I've ran out of. Oh no, I got one more snooze. I'll snooze one more time. There we go. For the troops. I don't know which troops, but. Wait, what was that? The disc frame? This thing? There we go. Gravity plating. One thing is always, yeah, it's just like, and it's like almost done, so it's like, what the fuck is it? There it is. All right. Oh god, what else? It's got to be just the plate. There we go. Like plating. Yeah. It's got to be these nooks. Getting into all these crevasses. It makes me want a croissant for some reason. I know that's not the word, but again, I'd rather do this than the fucking boat. The boat was still the worst. By far. I feel like they made the boat and then they were like, yeah, we kind of messed it. We went a little too far with that one. Let's reel it back a little bit. On some of these. When it takes people 3.5 hours to clean a fucking boat. Wait, where was that thing? Where is it? Ah. Yeah, I cannot see where the dirt is at all. Okay, there's a little bit there. Maybe. Oh, there it is. It's in the rims. God. Fuck this. But I'll do this, but I won't clean my kitchen. That make it make sense, okay? Make it make sense. How is that not everything? Oh. The disc frame. Okay, well. Where is the dirt? Okay, there's a lot of dirt over there. Fair enough, fair enough. Not bad. Show me the goods. There it is. Come on. The lower rim. Okay. God. It's like, again, this is that thing of, there's somewhere that you don't have to get it perfect, and then there's somewhere it's like, no, you have to get every speck of the dirt that exists on this entire thing, and you're just like, where is it? Like, what do you mean? I know, Mr. Hawk, I know. Like this. Like, where's the dirt? I can't even see it. It's like just on this underside, but like, where's the fucking dirt, man? Is it still this? Maybe? Hello? It has to be that. It has to be like inside that bit. Maybe I should use the ladder. Yeah, there it is. There's the dirt. The dirty boy. What's left? Not that many things. Not that many things. Alright, I ran out of snoozes, and the ad's gonna run in a minute, so I'm gonna take a quick break before I finish this, because otherwise I'm gonna... I feel like I'm gonna finish it while the ad's running, highly unlikely. But I'm gonna run the ad and then I'll be back and we'll finish this. So keep an eye on serve. I'll leave it on this screen actually. I'll be right back. We are so back. Oh, okay. Nice little break. Okay, what's left? What's left? Anti-gravity. Oh, these things? Oh, fucking hell. Where's the other one? Oh, there it is. Okay. I feel like a sniper. Oh, come on. As if that wasn't all of it. Please. Come on. What? Where is the dirt? Seriously, where is it? Where's the fucking ladder? Give me the... Oh, God, there's a whole rim. Got this. Get out of the way, ladder. God damn it. It ain't doing the thing I wanted to do. There's no dirt left on that. I mean, obviously that's untrue, otherwise it would have dinged, but still, I stand by what I said. What? Alright, let's try this side. See if that helps. Come on. If Robin had come in and said 3 fucking red things, I would have lost my mind. Absolutely lost my mind. Alright, what's left? Omnidirectional landing hinges. Okay, so it's the leggy things. Leggy blonde. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the good stuff. Yeah. And then... Oh, there's 2 more of those. Okay. This one... It's gotta be that inside bit, right? Oh, it's saying this? What? There we go. What else? Oh, there we go. It just decided to not flash for a second. Beautiful. I think there's one more. No, that's it? Cool. Omnidirectional landing sockets. These things. Okay, I definitely got a few of these, but that's okay. What's the other one? This one. We're so close! We're so close. Oh my god. This might be the last... Nope. Alright. I guess I must have just dinged one of them earlier. Come on. Come on. What? Christ. Alright, what's left? Main gyromagnetic discs. What does that mean? Is that on the top? Oh, it's that thing. Okay. Where's the dirt? Where's the dirt? Hello? There it is. Alright. We'll go green. We'll go green. See if we can get a wide spread on this thing. Get it all out there. Come on. Solo left. Get it. Get it, girl. There we go. So we have 3 things left. Oh my god. Okay, what's a trilenium salsa? What is that? Is that a thing on the bottom? Can't tell. I don't see anything flashing. Or am I blind? Is that these things, right? Yeah. It's gotta be like these sides. Something plating. Okay, so it's one of these things. There it is. Oh my god. Because they're all like separate pieces as well, technically. It's not just like the outside bit, it's also like the top is a separate piece. Come on. Ding to me. Give me that ding. There it is. Okay, the lower rims. Lower rims. Gotta be the same. Oh, well, we got that one. Oh, we got that one. It has to be this one. There it is. All right. So close. Might be that lip. Yeah, there. Is that it? Let's see if we can do it with this. See if this helps. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Missed all of this. That'll do it. Yeah. Last thing, polarized saucer platings. So it's one of these. I'm going to use the thing because it actually highlights it for me, though. Because otherwise I'm just going to be walking around this like a numpty. So it's not this one. There it is. All right. Last one. Yeah! Oh, okay. My ladder! Wishy. You're not going to believe what we've discovered. Oh, okay. Sounds good. We did it! Nice little freeze frame, though. Clean the Lost City Palace. Is this like a zombie thing? Hopper and I hitched on ride on a fishing boat to search where the hand in the sand was pointing, and I know it sounds crazy, but I think we found the lost city of Atlantis. Only it's in the Pacific. No wonder it was lost. True. So it should be lost city of the pacifists? Pacifistus? Yeah, I'm not saying that. Regardless, it's very recently resurfaced, and judged by the clams, it must be over 8,000 years old. Anyway, this palace definitely looks related to those statues in the desert, but we need you to head over and give it a clean. There's lots we need to know that will help us make sense of it. Harper suggests getting in touch with Cal and see if Flo can fly you over. Who are these people? Hope this makes more sense to you than it does to me. Absolutely not. I don't know who any of those people are. Who's Cal and Flo? Is Flo just like a pun on water flow? Oh my god, what is that? That guy looks evil. Knock him over. Yeah. Okay, I can't put him inside a wall. Can I put him on a boat? Oh, is it Mount Doom? Okay, bye. Now he's like the old lady at the end of the Titanic. I like that my van still came with me. Like it's floating. Like oh, okay, it's been... Why? Why would they bring my van? That makes no sense. Christ. There's an island in Vancouver. It might have gone by now. There's an island for sale in Vancouver that you can buy that is inaccessible by, like, anything. Even, like, boats kind of struggle. And me and my friends were like, maybe we should just, like, buy this. And we're like, how the fuck would we build anything on it? You can't get any materials over there. Like, there's no docks. It's just pure jagged rocks that you'd have to, like, somehow meander up to get to the island. And you couldn't build anything over there if you wanted to. It would cost millions of dollars just to, like, have anything sent. But I still want to do it. I still kind of want to... Just to own a fucking island. Kind of like a nice little flex. Hi, doggy. Welcome back. You got a couple mil lying around? Hell yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's buy that island and set up a little campsite and rent it out as an Airbnb. It seemed cool for that, but it was just like to build anything on it. You're just like, yeah, there's nothing I can do. Like to get a boat there to deliver any material would just be insane. How's your weekend going? Stone. This is gonna take a while. Okay. This might do the trick a little bit more. Is there any other attachments to this that I can actually make this better? Like what? Like this power but wider? I guess not. I guess I'd have to like just buy the stone thing. Maybe I could do that. Because, what, this whole thing is stone, I'm guessing? Yeah, let's maybe buy some cleaning fluid. Stone cleaner. Nice. This one looks like it. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I bought 30 stone cleaner things. Oh my god, this drains so quickly. I don't know if this is doing anything. Oh my god. Oh. Did that even... I don't think that even helped. That didn't do anything. Oh my god. It's actually not doing anything. Oh, look, TD's emailing me about accessing coupons. How about you access the inside of my butthole? Leave me alone. Yeah, I don't think this is actually even doing anything. This is stone and I'm using stone cleaner. Like, what the hell, man? Bet. Oh, baby. For free? Absolutely not. Dude, this stone cleaner is doing a garbage job. Because, like, I still have to go over it all slowly and meticulously. This is why this game is co-op, because it's just, this is gonna take hours. Christ. Okay, well, at least if I can get, like, a good chunk of it, like, half done, that'll be pretty sweet. Alright. I feel like... I don't know if this is even going to be powerful enough. No, that's not even making a dent. Basically, it has to be, like, yellow or the red. Which, might as well just do this. For doing this. Hi-yi-yi. Oh my god. Anyone got any big plans for today? Or we're just gonna power wash this fucking thing. Just dip it in the water, man. I mean, that's where it came from. I mean, it can get dirty, but just give it a couple of dips, you know? Oh my god, that... Like, it's not even, like, going down. That bar is not even going down. Oh, god. This is gonna take for... Yeah, it is. Yeah, it really is. This is how slow I'm gonna have to move just to like get through this. It's just the fact that I have the soap for stone and it did nothing. It did absolutely nothing. Good grief. Alright, well. This might take a little longer, but it's gonna lie to myself. Basically, they all take the same amount of time. It's just like, do you want a wider spread or a shallower spread, right? Because you're either going to stand at one spot for longer or have to move slower, the less powerful it is. I don't think any give you an advantage over anything. It's just choose your preference of slow, painful torture. That's it. Yeah, this one is going to be like a... You know what? If you ever have a 12-hour fucking subathon going, just play this map on Power Wash. You played this game, mouse and keyboard? No, I just play it with controller. Is it easier with mouse and keyboard? I feel like it would be... Oh, I guess I don't have it plugged into the computer. It's mostly because I only have one keyboard and mouse right now. I did actually look into... So I started looking into getting a KVM switch and buying, like, I think I found one that's reasonably priced. I feel like it. We played on PlayStation. Got it from the PS Plus. Yeah, I don't know if it would actually be easier on keyboard and mouse. I do think it's actually easier with the controller, just because you can just like move the joystick fairly easy. The mouse might be like super sensitive, but I found a KVM switch that's like $20 or something. It seems okay, and I think I might pick that up. And I cannot find my HDMI switcher. So I found one that's like $25 by Ugreen, which it's not the greatest brand, but they make pretty decent stuff that's pretty consistent. Like, I have enough of their stuff, and they've been around for long enough that I trust their products. And I think I'm gonna get that. It's like a 3-in-1 HDMI switcher, where the only reason I want it is I don't have a lot of things, but I can plug my gaming PC, my PlayStation, and my Switch into the switcher, and then they can all go into the capture card. And that way I don't have to like get under my desk and well, I might still have to, but to like switch the input, but I don't have to get up under my desk, unplug a bunch of cables, figure out which one's which. It all goes into one, and then that sends the signal to the capture card. And then with the KVM switcher, all of them for some reason have like HDMI or DisplayPort attached to them, so it's like you can. I think it's for people who have 2 computers but 1 monitor, which makes sense, I guess. But I just want one that's just a keyboard and mouse switcher, and that way I press a button and it switches my keyboard to my gaming PC, and then I can play games. And then if I need to like type something on my computer, I press a button and it can work instantly. Because there's times where it's like I need to like switch back and forth to play music, or stop the music, or do something in OBS, or type something in chat. That would be really handy. So I think I'm gonna pick those up, because like together it's like $50, which is not terrible. It's expensive, but it's like right now especially, but it's not bank breaking, you know, like whereas the other ones are like $100 because it's like 8K 60 and 4K, and I'm like, my monitor's a 1440p. I don't need something that's 8K 60. I'd like something that does like 4K or like 1440p 144 hertz, because that way I'm covered on my monitors. That would be cool, but I don't need 8K 60. Nothing exists that can output that. How do you find this on PlayStation as well? Like, do you enjoy using the PlayStation controller? I guess is that your preferred controller, or do you prefer the Xbox controller? Right now I'm using an Xbox controller, and I do have the PS5 controllers, and I do actually really like them. I just don't use my PS5 that much. I really don't. Like, not even as like a DVD player. I think if and when I ever move, I think I'm gonna get rid of my 4K Blu-ray player and just use the PlayStation. But if I ever play a game on it, it's gonna be annoying to like drag out and move. So I don't know. I still have God of War Ragnarok that I need to play, which is probably gonna come on frickin' PC soon, if not already. I have the Horizon Zero Dawn first game and the sequel, and I have Miles Morales. I don't even have Spider-Man 2. I don't think I'm gonna play Spider-Man 2. I should probably just play the games that I buy. You know, that's more of it. It's like I should play Horizon. I know it's on PC now, but I'm not buying games again. I saw that Red Dead Redemption 2, or whatever the latest one that came out, was like $20 on Steam the other day, and I was tempted, and I was like, I'm probably never going to play it. I have it on PS5 or PS4, so it works on PS5. If I'm not playing it on that, I'm probably not going to play it. Like, just play the games I have already. No more spending money. Getting out of hand. Use both Xbox, PS, don't have a preference really. I think I like the layout of the Xbox controller a lot, but I do think the PlayStation 5 has a good, like the PlayStation controller has a really good feel to it. I think the PS4 one was okay. The PS3 one was super chunky and I didn't love it. But I do think the PlayStation 5 controller is actually, it has a really nice feel. But there is an element of like having the joysticks offset that feels really good on the Xbox that I really like. So like having it with a side-by-side on the PlayStation feels weird now, but used equally. True. I did use the PlayStation controller when I was playing track and field, when I streamed that day. Because no, I used the Xbox controller, but when I tried it on my own, I did it with the PlayStation controller, because that's how I played it when it first came out. I played it on the PlayStation 1. And I was like, yeah, this feels great. It felt really good to play a game that came out on the PlayStation 1 on a PlayStation 5 controller. It was really nice. The only thing that annoys me about the game is when you complete it, you cannot skip the credits. and the credits are so long. They're so long, and you can't skip them. I don't like that. They need to fix it. But man, that game is fun. It's so stupid. I just can't get over how hard the javelin is to do on track and field. Like, what the hell? Why is it so hard to like qualify, let alone get a good score? I don't understand. All the speedrunners are just insane. You see them on the videos and they're like this, they're like hand clawed over, like doing this, and you're just like, what is happening? It's like the people who play Dark Souls or like speedrun, like the speedrunners or the hitless runners, and they all do like claw grip where they're just like this, and I'm like, no. They're like, they use their index fingers like this. Like this. They use like index fingers on like the B button and they hold it like this. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, who figured that out? Who was sitting there and be like, yeah, this is the best way to play Dark Souls? Like, what do you mean? How is that comfortable? Do not get at all. Man, I don't think I've had a single ding yet at all. I need my ding fix. Yeah, man. Oh, this, there it is. Woo! We got that. We got that. We made $5. Buy one can of soda with that, and maybe a chocolate bar. Oh, I had like these, I bought some chocolate yesterday because I was just like, ah, whatever. Like, I had people over. We went out to that show. We went into the show, and the show started at 7 o'clock. And it was like, we were done. We went somewhere, and we ate, and we were done at like 9:15. And we were like, are we all going home, or like, we hanging out? So I was like, let's go over to my place, and we'll play board games. So we came back to my place, but we went to the store first to get snacks. We ended up not playing any board games and just like watching YouTube videos of like memes from back in the day, which was really fun. And which map? Lost City Palace. It's career mode. Maybe it's like you might have unlocked it, but this is the Lost City Palace one. Yeah, I'm playing through the career mode right now. And it was super weird. I just wanted some salted caramel or something, and the store near me didn't have the type of salted caramel chocolate I wanted, but the one further away does, and I was like, I'm not going to that one. Let's just grab some drinks and this or whatever. But I got like a salted caramel Kit Kat, and it was like a bunch of little mini bars, like half-size bars, and it was actually really good. And I was like, oh, this is a problem. And I ended up eating. I was annoyed at myself because I was like, oh, you know, there's only so much I can kind of eat junk for like wanting to like hit my goals, and I was like, I'll get some chocolate's fine. I ate the whole fucking thing. I ate about 1,000 calories of chocolate because I got a 4-piece Twix and this salted caramel Kit Kat thing, and I ate all of them. I ate 4 Twix bars and that, and I was like, oh no. And this is after going to a bar and having like a smash burger and fries. And I was like, I'm off the wagon. And now I've just been sitting here or standing here being like, I don't want to go to the gym. Also, I want Chinese food. And I'm like, we gotta enable this? Is this what we're gonna do today? So, if I don't go to the gym today, just because I feel a little weird, I think I'm gonna go down to my building's gym and just walk on the treadmill and just kind of like do something, just like move. Cause I'm just, yeah, it's more just like my stomach feels off. I'm assuming because I ate fucking 4 Twixes and that, and then a smash burger. Like, I just don't eat a lot of food like that anymore. And I just don't feel like throwing up in front of all of the sexy gym people. Which every single dude in my gym is like 7 foot tall, 200 pounds of muscle, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? I don't need this. I don't need this level of body dysmorphia. I have enough going on internally. I don't need it flaunted in front of my face. This is not what I signed up for. Maybe I'll go. I don't know. See how I feel after stream. But I don't know. I still like that gym. I am struggling a little bit to kind of motivate myself to go. I think it's just like I feel like I've plateaued a little bit. Not necessarily like I've lost a little bit more weight, and it means that I can't lift as much weight because it like lifts me off the literal fucking ground because I don't weigh enough for some of the weights that I could do like a month ago, and I'm like, okay, this sucks. So my weights have gone down, so I'm weaker. I feel more fatigued because I'm not eating as much, and I'm just like, this sucks. And I've been really struggling to like go. And then on top of that, you look around and it's like every single person in this gym, aside from me, is like a 10 out of 10. Like like I said, all the dudes are just like these athletic, good-looking, like mid-20s dudes who are like 7 foot tall. And then it's like all the like, it's like you got like the gym girls, but it's like very, very into like fitness stuff. It's not just like they go and just stand on the treadmill and call it a day. They're like properly working out hard. And so you're just like, it's a good environment to be in because it's people who actually really want to be in the gym and are actually working hard. So it does have a little bit of a motivational aspect. But there is just like that self-consciousness of like, I feel awful about myself, like so bad. And then I'm outside and like normal things and I'm like, oh, I don't look as bad as I think I do. I definitely don't look as good as I want to, but I don't look as bad as I think I do compared to like the average person. But long way to go. I got a couple of years to go before I get even close to like my goals, because right now I'm at the weight that I want to be at, but I'm not at the amount of muscle to go with that. Well, technically I want to be 10 pounds heavier with the amount of muscle that I currently weigh. That's where I want to be. And that's going to take a long time unless I suddenly just jump onto gear, which I don't really want to do. Mostly I just can't be arsed. I'm not good at keeping up with that stuff. I'm fairly good at keeping up with any kind of medication that I'm supposed to take. So, like, trying to add fucking trying to add steroids into the mix. Like, the only thing that I would probably ever need, like, right now is, like, my shoulder is still really fucked, and it really was not doing well yesterday. I was struggling with weights that I use as warm-up usually, and I was like, this is not good. My shoulder's kind of fucked, and I'm like getting a little sick of it. The only thing I think I might need to do is like peptides to kind of help with it healing and getting better. And I'm like, I'm never gonna, what? Oh no, fucking water is gonna deem me unnatural, and therefore I can't compete in natural bodybuilding. I'm 37. I'm never gonna be a fucking natural bodybuilder. I don't want to be. That sounds awful. So I'm like, I get over that. I think the next thing I'm probably going to have to do when I'm in my 40s, though, is I'm probably going to have to go on TRT. That's the only thing. And I'm like, I don't want to do, like, too much of that. I just want to do enough to, like, live a normal life. But, man, that's about as close to, like, steroids. I'd hop on gear tomorrow if I could afford it. Yeah, and also, like, wherever it comes from. I guess Canada, it's legal, so it can be prescribed. Like, there's actual services that you can do. But I'm just like, I think it's one of those things where, like, the fitness aspect for me, it's like, yes, I'm very much focused on, like, glamour muscles and, like, looking good. But I also want to be somewhat functional in fitness, too. Like, I don't want to be out of breath at, like, going up, like, walking around or whatever. Like, I actually want to be, like, working out for my health, but also look good. Whereas, like, you see some of these guys, so they're not all 7 foot tall, but you have one of the two. You have the 5'5" guys who are very clearly the bodybuilders because they're like this wide of pure muscle and they have all the acne from steroid use. Or you have the dudes who are like 7 foot tall athletic, or you have the dudes who are like 7 foot tall with a lot of muscle and you're like, yeah, that's not possible naturally. And that's kind of like the mix of it. And, like, a lot of the dudes look like they're just fucking drug dealers as well. Quick as hop over, then to walk around them. True, just fucking leapfrog, get my fucking burpees in. But I'm like, you know, they go in and they work out really hard. There are some dudes that are purely just to, like, be seen, where they've, like, gone to the gym for long enough, or they're on gear, and they have, like, decent muscle tone, and they're just, like, walking around thinking they're the fucking shit. But they're there for, like, 3 hours. And not really working out, and it's just like, how is this fun for you? Like, you like just go in. It's kind of like that togi mindset. I don't know if you know what togi is, but it's like he takes gear but barely ever works out, and it's just like, and then he like hates working out, and I'm like, then just, why do you spend 3 hours in the gym if you don't want to be there? You can go for 45 minutes and be out the fucking door. Like, I don't get it. It's so bizarre. Seems like a waste of money. Well, especially if you're not even, it's a waste of money and time. But if you're gonna take gear and then not even like work out to get like good results, then what's the point? Like, I know you can like get to a certain point really quickly and then maintain, and like, cool. But I'm just like, that seems like such a waste of time. Gear works, but it works a lot better. Yeah, like, that's the whole thing. Like, Jeff Nippard put out videos where he's like, oh, yeah, these people who just took gear and nothing else gained, like, 7 pounds of muscle in, like, 4 weeks or something insane. And it's like, yeah, that, you know, that makes sense. That's cool. But it's like, if you're not actually, like, working out and using it properly, you're gonna get into a really weird position where you end up with a kind of okay physique. And then you've, like, fucked up your health for nothing. But it could have been 14. Yeah. Yeah. True. Like, that's the thing with me. It's like losing. It's hard to say because, like, technically I didn't lose like 50 pounds, but I did lose like 50 pounds because I'm 45, 50 pounds lighter now, but I've clearly lost a lot of body fat and put on muscle. So the amount of weight that I lost is probably more than 50 pounds, but the scale weight is like 50 pounds. And it's like, it took me a year, and it's like, I don't know how much muscle I put on. I assume I put on about 10 pounds of muscle, maybe. And that's average to good for like 1 year of training, especially eating in a deficit with bad sleep and everything. So I'm like, I'm not going to be like, oh, I think I'd be a high performer. I guarantee I would have the fucking back knee and everything. But I think I have a good enough work ethic where if I did take gear, or I did take steroids or TRT or whatever it is, in the sense of like trying to gain muscle, I think that I would end up in like 6 months looking pretty damn good. Because when I go to the gym, I work really, really hard. And I do spend a little more time in there than I need to because I actually enjoy being there. I'll be there for like 90 minutes, sometimes 2 hours, because I like being there. But I have all my workouts scheduled and set up in a way where I can be done in 50 minutes. I can be in and out in less than an hour because I just do 5 exercises, 3 sets each. Some of them 2, depending on like what they are and when they go. But then I go twice, like I do the muscle groups like twice a week. So I'm getting like 8 to 10 sets per muscle per week, which is not the most that you can do. But like 8 to 20 sets, somewhere in between that, is what you need for like good optimal growth. And so I'm like, yeah, that's worked for me. I think that my diet is a lot more important than any of that. And I see that a lot with people who are in the gym, where it's like they go to the gym all the time, and you meet people like, oh yeah, he's in the gym all the time and everything. You look at the dude and you're like, you don't look like you've touched weights ever. I feel like I don't look like I've touched weights ever. But I think that's just a body dysmorphia thing, because I kind of do a little bit. I look at least like I've been working out for a little bit, maybe not a ton, but I definitely have like a little bit more of muscle on my frame where you can probably tell a little bit. But there's people where it's like they go to the gym all the time and they're just like not growing or gaining or advancing, and that can also be down to whatever the goals are too, right? Like their goals are not going to be the same as my goals. Where I'm going there to try and build muscle with intent, they might just be there for general fitness and health. But a lot of them are like, yeah, I want to like have a better physique and look good on the beach. And I'm like, okay, but like you're throwing around 10-pound dumbbells for bicep curls that look way too easy, and then you don't eat enough. And a lot of people really overlook the eating aspect of like how much protein and calories and everything like that you need to eat. It's kind of hard to do it. I was always like, oh, why is it like they talk about how the hardest part of being like a bodybuilder is eating, and it's like you do it just in like a conscious way of like trying to eat better, and you're like, yeah, this shit fucking sucks. Like if you've ever tried to eat to gain size clean, there's a reason bodybuilders dirty bulk, because it is to eat 2,000 calories of like healthy good food is really fucking hard. I couldn't even imagine eating 5,000 calories. all you'd have to do is just eat rice. That's like it. It'd have to be rice and pasta. And that technically isn't clean because there's no good way to eat 5,000 calories. Like, and that's the other thing. Is like a lot of people are like, oh, you have to eat 5,000 calories. They see like these interviews with Chris Hemsworth or Hugh Jackman, and like, yeah, I had to eat like 6,000 calories to get in insane shape for like playing the Wolverine. And I'm like, Mr. Olympia Chris Bumstead didn't even eat that. He ate 3,000, 3,500. What are you talking about? And he looks insane. Obviously, again, on gear, but so are all the actors. But I'm like, I don't know where the 5,000 calories thing came from. Or like just like the insane amount of calories. But just to try and even eat 2,000 calories clean is insane. Like just eat like if you eat like add olive oil to stuff to like cook it to add flavor, it's totally fine. It's 120 calories for a tablespoon. It's fine. You like make potatoes, like season it. For the love of God, season your food. The boiled chicken and thing is like no. Seasoning adds no calories and adds all the flavor. But like you eat that, like chicken, potatoes, like my diet right now, I eat about 2,000 calories a day. And as part of that, I eat cereal, I have toast, I eat cheese, I have Cliff Bars, I'll have chicken, I'll have potatoes, like a bunch of stuff. I have like a giant snack bowl at the end of the day, and I'm barely hitting 2,000 calories. And that's because of the bread. That's because of the bread and the Cliff Bar, because a Cliff Bar is 250 calories. But like, that to me is like, I eat the Cliff Bar. One, it has like 10 grams of protein, which is good. But the Cliff Bar like bumps up my calories. Otherwise, I'm hitting 1,700. Now I'm flabby and out of shape. You did 5K bulk clean. That's insane. Not ridiculous in like a bad way, but that 5K clean is fucking crazy. That the amount of food you must have to eat 8 times a day. That's wild. Regular mass and decent short. Yeah. But now you're flabby out of shape. Yeah, that's the thing. As soon as you stop, as soon as you stop working out and doing those things, you lose it so fast. But like, even I think Jeff Nipper put a video out and was talking about that if you work up to like a ninth of your maximum intensity, you can actually maintain your body like muscle and everything and all your gains for like 9 months if you just do it. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you lift like a ninth of, it's like if you do 50 pounds dumbbell chest press, that doesn't mean you do 5 pounds and you call it a day. It means that you could do 2 sessions of like 1 full body session a week where you work everything and you do 1 set and you could maintain. So like you could work out really hard through the winter, cut down for the summer, and just go to the gym twice a week and maintain that throughout the entire summer. And then when it gets winter again, you could pick it back up where you left off. So it's like if you go on a vacation or whatever it is, just while you're on vacation, just use like facilities that are there once, maybe twice. Eat somewhat sensibly, you know? But that's it. That's all it takes to kind of have that. But yeah, it's all about the food. Food plays such a huge role in that, because if you don't eat enough before you go to the gym, you'll have no energy. If you know the whole the protein window after is kind of a myth now, where they're just like, it doesn't really matter. As long as you eat within like a 6-hour window after the gym, you're good. But yeah, it's like, it feels more complicated than it needs to be, and people, the most insane thing to me is when people are like, oh, I can't have carbs. I can't have carbs. I'm trying to get in a diet. And I'm like, how do you feel day to day? You feel miserable? You feel awful? Do you really feel full from that salad? Then what are you doing? Or you hear a lot of women saying like, oh, I don't want to lift weights because I'll get bulky. And I'm like, do you have any idea how hard I have to train and how hard I have to work for the last year just to put like a pound of muscle on? Like, you will not get bulky. You will not get bulky. But you have all the fitness influencer people or people on TikTok being like, oh, don't lift weights, or you get bulky. And it's like, no, you won't. You would have to work out so intentionally to get bulky. Someone once said to Arnold, I don't want to be big and bulky like you. And he said, don't worry, you never will. Right? That's what I mean. It's so insane. It's like, because you see, you see all of these transformations online, and they're like, in 6 months, I went from this to this, and like, right, you went from that to that because one, you lost fat. If you lose body fat, you will instantly look better. And if you put on a little bit of muscle underneath, you will look 10 times better. You will look like you've been working out for years if you have a little bit of muscle and lose fat. That's 99% of those transformations. The other one is you have these coaches that are trying to get people like, I can get you in shape in 6 months. Yeah, they've been working out the whole time. They either stop working out for like a couple months and put on a little bit of fat and then lose it really quickly, and it's easy to gain back because you have muscle memory. So if you get into shape, like really good shape once, and then you kind of let yourself slip and you go back in like 9 months, you can gain all of that gains back in half the amount of time it took you the first time super quickly, because your body is like, oh right, we're going back into this mode. And also they'll do things where it's like you have, where bodybuilders, when they do a show, do things like diuretics, where it's like cutting water and losing water, which makes your skin thinner, which makes you look more lean. What they'll do is the opposite, where they'll make themselves intentionally bloated and drink a lot of water with like or salty food that bloats them out, and like intentionally shoot photos in bad lighting, and then they'll be like, yeah, in 3 months or in 30 days I went from this to this. And it's like, yeah, now you're in down lighting, you're in like half natty lighting, you stopped eating salty foods, and it's like you stopped pushing your gut out. It's so stupid. Muscle memory is a super real thing. Yeah, it really is. I think like last time I was in okay shape, but I had a really bad diet, was when I was like 24, so a long time ago. And I think I got back, probably at muscle amount wise, I probably got back to that in like 3-4 months, but I had like 40 extra pounds of fat on top of it. So in my mind, I was like, oh, I don't look as good. Like, it took me 4 months to get to that when I was 24, and I was kind of like stressing out about it. I'm like, well, no, it's like I'm doing it in a healthier way this time. I'm doing it slower. I'm doing it in a maintainable, sustainable way. And I think I'm getting closer. Like, I'm still like 20, I'd say like about 18% body fat right now. And it's like, yeah, I'm still not where I want to be, but I'm doing it in the most sustainable way I can, where it's like, I'll eat chocolate. I'll eat takeout. I'll have a burger. I don't feel bad about going out and eating a burger and having a beer with my friends, because I factor it into my diet and plan accordingly. And I weigh myself every day and take that average every day and like use that to track my weight. I don't just stand on the scale once a week, because that doesn't help. So I plan out my stuff to factor in, like, I don't do cheat meals or cheat days. I'm just like, no, if I want this, I have this. And then tomorrow I'll just balance it, you know? Being perfect is overrated because... Exactly. Because, like, what is perfect in that way is, like, you can do everything perfect and still end up with bad results, right? Because it's the same thing as a lot of people where they're like, if there was a magic pill they could take and they could have the body they wanted, or they can, a genie gave them the body they wanted tomorrow, in 6 months they'd be back to where they are. Because you might have the perfect body in that time. I mean, a Zempic, exactly. But you didn't learn the habits in order to be able to gain that body or maintain that body. You don't have the understanding, the fundamentals, So a lot of people are like, oh, they don't put the time and effort in, but it's like, it's just about building the habit. It's about building an understanding and knowing what works for you and what doesn't. And yeah, I don't know. Fitness industry is weird for that stuff. Just misrepresenting what is realistic for people. There's a YouTube channel I watch sometimes where he kind of just goes through like fitness memes of the week, and like, but also adds like a little bit of insight, because I think he's a sports scientist too. I think it's called like Sports Shredded Science or something. It's like this British guy, and like some of his videos are pretty funny, where it's like pointing out like the hypocrisy of fitness influencers, and like, but actually like talking about things they do, where they're like talking about like triple buffered creatine, and he's like, yeah, this doesn't mean anything. Like, none of this makes sense. You're just paying $80 for basically creatine. It doesn't help that a lot of the celebs also have personal chefs, as I said, doctors, scientists, and gear, and it sets a lot of people up for failure. Yeah, it like the realities of like the average person trying to eat better and be healthier, really, it doesn't exist for them, right? Because yeah, if you're a fitness influencer, you have the luxury of having all day to focus on doing fitness stuff, where it's like, you can sit around. Part of your job is to meal prep your own meals. Part of your job is to go to the gym and spend like hours at the gym and making content, right? And like, yeah, when you see, again, like Hugh Jackman, Chris Hemsworth, everything, when you see like even Jason Momoa, right? He's like, yeah, I don't work out unless I'm being paid. And it's like, a lot of them might have general fitness. They might go to the gym. I know like Chris Hemsworth does. But like, look at him when he's not playing Thor just regularly. He's still like a pretty big dude. I mean, he's tall and he's got like a decent amount of muscle and he is into like sports and fitness. But he doesn't look like he does in Thor. Because he's not got Marvel money paying for his private chef, paying for his supplements, training him where that's part of his job. Oh my god, I think that's the first ding I've had like since the other one. My god. And I'm like, look at the difference. Look at the size of someone when they're not playing that role, right? And it's suddenly like, yeah, they're not being paid to do it and they don't have access to those supplements. And it's so misleading, and that's why it drives me nuts when, you know, like, if someone wants to do a 5,000 bulk and clean and that works for you, awesome, because that's the thing with fitness, right? Is it's not a one size fits all thing. You have to figure out what works for you and what you're happy with and accept doing. But when they go on and like, oh yeah, it's like, it's so grueling. I had to eat 6,000 calories a day of boiled chicken and plain rice, and I'm like, one, get a better fucking trainer and nutritionist. If that's what they're prescribing to you of what you should do, that sounds horrendous. That sounds absolutely awful. Like, it's so not necessary. I mean, you don't have to go Sam Sulek with it, where he's eating fucking Captain Crunch by the box for a meal. Like, that's the other extreme. But, like, at least have a little bit of fun. Did it once when necessary, just turn eggs into poop, right? Yeah, it's just, at that point, yeah, you're just literally like filtering food into poop. That's it. You're not even like absorbing half of the stuff that you're eating. You're making yourself feel bloated and full and gross for no reason. You're getting no benefit. Because even at a certain point with protein, not that your body can't process that protein, like there's a whole myth of like, you can only process 20 to 30 grams of protein per meal. That doesn't make any sense. But it's like, there is a thing where it's like, once you're over like a certain amount of protein, you're not getting any more benefit from it. You're just going to be shitting your pants more. You will say you're strong. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the benefit, right? I think if you're eating like that as a power lifter, oh my god, yeah. Because when I'm on a cut, not really, but when I'm just eating like in a deficit, like now, my strength has gone way down. But so I basically spent the year eating in a deficit, lowering my body fat, and essentially focus on that and building muscle. And it's like, I think I built a decent amount of muscle in that time, but my focus was on losing the body fat and getting more into all-round shape, right? And then as soon as I stopped eating in that deficit, where I was getting a little tired because I'm constantly pushing myself, I by the end of like an 8-week cycle, I was exhausted and I'd have to take a week off. I was exhausted. And then what I did was like, I was like, okay, I hit like 168, 170. I'm going to hover at this amount and eat at a maintenance level and increase my calories. And I've been hovering between like 170 and 175 for like the last 3-4 months. In that entire time, I've got so much stronger by eating it at a maintenance level versus just like a bit of a deficit. And then now I've started like cutting again. My weights have dropped a lot because my body's more fatigued. One, I weigh less, so I can't counterbalance the weights as much. Even just that 5-pound difference made a lot. But yeah, like having more food and more calories in you. Like any leg day that I do, I eat way more carbs in the morning. Like I eat a lot of my protein towards the end of the day anyway, but I eat way more carbs in the morning before I go to the gym, so that when I'm there, it's like I have energy to actually do the exercises. Versus like other days where I'm like, I try and eat some, but I don't really mind. But yeah, strength is not the biggest focus. Like hypertrophy is my main focus, but I do want to feel and be stronger, you know. I would like that, but it's not the be-all end-all for me. I do care more about like growing muscle, but I also want to work my I want to do more free weight stuff, so it's more like cable machines are great for a lot of stuff, for like building and growing muscle, but I also need to work my stabilizer muscles too. Just yeah. A lot of fitness talk, but you know what? It's very pertinent to what's going on in my life right now and what I'm focused on, and I don't want it to go away. I'm trying to keep with that habit. I've done it for a year. The last thing I want to do is give up on that and lose all the progress that I've made. I'm gonna start back again in the gym on Monday. Hopefully I can bring it all back in about 6 to 8 months, like 30 pounds over normal weight. Muscles is so flat. That will come back really quick. If you've done it before, that will come back really, really quick. And keep in mind, you're not even just starting at 0, you're starting beyond that, because you've already figured out, and in the past, aside from the muscle memory, you've already figured out like the diet that works for you, so you can immediately just switch into that. And it might be a little bit tough for the first couple of weeks, but you already have the knowledge and understanding that goes with it, that you don't have to relearn all that stuff. So you'll you'll definitely get to where you want to be in like 6 months. To lose 30 pounds of body fat in 6 months is very, very doable. Even if you did it like in a very slow way of like a pound a week, it's like what, 6 months is 26 weeks. Yeah, that's very doable if you did just a pound a week. If you did it more, then I think you do like safely, they always say like up to 2 pounds a week. So you could definitely get there if you wanted to like cut a little bit harder. You might not be as strong for a little bit, but you cut a little bit harder, get to the body weight you want, and then just like get into that maintenance phase and then build back up. Because that's what like all the research I looked at, they were like, oh, should I work on building muscle first and then lose the fat later? Almost all of the people who had like reputable names were like, just lose the weight first and then build back up. It might seem counterintuitive, but you're going to be way more motivated to keep going if you start seeing the results sooner, and you're going to see the results by cutting your weight rather than building the muscle, because muscle growth is very, very slow. But when you start seeing the definition and cutting down the body fat, you'll have that willpower to keep going because you're actually seeing the results. So you could definitely get there. And especially if you're building muscle at the same time too. Like muscle burns so much more fat as well. Dude, I'm losing my mind. I feel like I've been doing the same wall for about an hour. This fucking game. Why do I do this to myself? I mean, to be real, like I said, what else am I going to do in any other game? Well, I'm going to play Balatro. I love to play Balatro, actually, but I've been playing so much Balatro on my Steam Deck offline. I feel like I'm going to burn myself out on that game. I want to get back to Dead Cells a little bit too. Dead Cells is really fun. I've already forgotten how everything works. I mean, I've only gone to like what, one, I don't even know if it was a boss, but I got to like one boss and I was like, this is scary. I'm good. But a lot of roguelikes coming out that I want to play. Yeah, I think I will. I think I will go to the gym. I'll just take it a little easier than I usually do, which is not my favorite, but I don't know. I gotta be careful with my shoulder anyway, so I'll just avoid anything that presses on my stomach that makes me feel sick. I honestly think, I don't think it was the beer or the chocolate, but I think it was the fucking burger I ate. It just didn't sit right in my stomach. I think it was like a sauce on it just tasted a little bit weird. But, I don't know, it's pub food. What do I expect? Because I've been eating, I make this like beef stew with couscous, and it's really fucking good. And I've been eating a lot of that recently. One, because it's like 500-600 calories for a bowl, but the bowl is like, the bowls I have are like this big, like literally the size of my face and about this deep, and it's just filled with that. And yeah, it's like 600 calories because couscous is fucking nothing for the amount that you get, because you cook it in broth and it just kind of expands. It's like rice, right? It gets 2.5 times the amount, and so it has really good macros. So I've just been doing that, of like couscous and that. But you can also do it with, if you're a vegetarian, you can also do it with like Beyond Meat and Beyond the sausages. which is really good. I have some of those. I actually make a lot of my meals with Beyond Meat too, because it has pretty, one, for variety, because it's like seasoned. I know it's not meat, but it's like seasoned food, so it kind of is nice. It has a little bit too much salt, but protein wise it's really good, and it tastes really good. I really like the taste of Beyond Meat. Pearl couscous. See, I really don't like pearl couscous. I like durum wheat. I bought a big bag of the pearl one, and I really didn't like the texture or the taste. But the durum wheat is kind of a lot more like rice-like. That's the one, so you can get it in like the little bags, the little boxes. But that's the one that I used to get. And that's the one I prefer. Pearl, I just didn't like it. Maybe it was just the type that I got from, because it was like a Costco size one, and I was like, I don't like this. But the durum wheat one is so good. And you just, instead of like salting everything, you use soy sauce and just like add that in. You enjoy the texture? No spicy. See, that's the thing. I am too, and I don't like the texture. That's the thing. I don't like it's the same with like tomatoes. I kind of got better with tomatoes, but there's certain fruits where I'm like, I can't eat it because of the texture. I'm like, the same but different. I'm exactly the same, where I'm like, there's a lot of fruits where I can't eat because I just can't stand the texture, even if I like the taste. Or it depends on the context too, right? Because like tomatoes have a weird texture to me, but I really like spaghetti sauce, like meat sauce, and a lot of the fruits I make have tomatoes in it. It's just all about like just a sliced tomato, the texture. I don't know what it is about that, but I've started to get better with that. If it's in like a burger or whatever, I'll just fucking eat it. Hate tomatoes because they feel like eating. Yeah, they have like a goopiness to them, and I think that's what I don't like. There's like a crunchiness and then a goopiness, and I'm like, you gotta pick a lane here. You gotta be one or the other. I'm not fucking with both, okay? But I gotta get better. I did actually buy some San Lorenzo tomatoes like ages ago, like the tins of the nice ones, to make my own spaghetti sauce, because I've done it before and it was so fucking good. Again, instead of using salt, use soy sauce. It adds so much extra flavor to stuff. Highly recommend if you're ever cooking stuff. Just add a tablespoon of soy sauce. It will take you there, okay? Kind of like Creed. It'll take you higher to the place your mind can see. I don't know why I keep listening to Creed recently, unironically. Oh, hi Calvin. Pure MSG. Oh baby, remember when MSG was like, oh, no MSG? Like all food of like Chinese restaurants had to be like no MSG, and everyone's like, yeah, it's just like a food flavoring. Like what the fuck are we doing? It like tastes really good. It tastes so good. Now no one gives a fuck because it's like microplastics. Like, yeah, that's something to actually be worried about, is microplastics. Like we should be worried about that. MSG, not so much, okay? Yeah, it was all anti-Asian thing, pretty much just. Yeah, and it was just nonsense. And even like the places where they'd be like no MSG, they still use fucking MSG because they're like, this is stupid. This is so stupid. I mean, we're all ignorant, right? I think like the good thing about the modern era and a little bit of globalization is we kind of get to see through this bullshit of like, no, this is not true. This is like nonsense. But then the flip side of that is you have so many people believing like random ass conspiracy theories of just pure nonsense, and you're just like, what the fuck? The world is a weird place. Now I really want Chinese food. Maybe I will. I said I'd do it last weekend. So Shay and his girlfriend came over last weekend, and we watched Nosferatu, which was a good film. I don't know. I feel weird about it. I feel like I'm getting into a weird spot with filmmakers and the movies where I'm like, these are the greatest mid films I've ever seen. Where I'm like, everything except the story is the best, that the like peak cinematography, sound design, acting, visual effects, just, you know, set design, costume. Everything is so great except the story. The story is the most 5 out of 10 story that you've ever seen in your life. And I'm like, I feel a little bit like that with Nosferatu, where there's some like cheesy stuff, and I think there's a problem of like when I was in like college making short films, I made like this horror film where I was doing like this really stupid like screech sound, and then when I see it in films, I'm like, it really pulls me out personally because I'm like, I used to do this and when I was really bad, and I'm a terrible filmmaker, so this is just like a sign to me of like bad filmmaking, even though it's my own fault of doing it to myself. And yeah, Nosferatu is such a weird film. I forgot where I was going with this. Oh, but that was it. I was gonna get Chinese food, and then I was like, you know what? I don't give a fuck about Chinese food. I just want pizza. And I just keep being lazy, and I've wanted Chinese food for ages. We had it on Christmas Day, and the place I wanted to order it from was closed, and I was really sad. And then we were gonna have Chinese food last week, and then we didn't. And I'm like, I just gotta get over it. I think what I'm worried about is it's just a lot of greasy, because I want fried rice. I want fried rice, and I want fried prawn toast. And I'm like, it's just a lot of greasy fried stuff, and I'm a little like, but I also just really want it, and I just got to get over it, and just, it's okay to eat it for 2 days and then be good. Because that place is really, really good. It's like right by, it used to be next to the office that I worked in, and so they do like a lunchtime special, and you go there on a Wednesday. So fucking good. It's like a little hole-in-the-wall Chinese takeout place that like can seat 3 people. Those are like the good places where it's like it can only seat like 3 people, and every time you go in there are like other Chinese people in there, so you know it's good because they're not gonna eat at a shitty shitty restaurant. You're like, no, this is a good place. Chinese journey is so good, but you end up eating badly for like 3 days. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is I really want this meal, but they give you so much of it. I'm gonna have to eat it for the next 2-3 days. That's like the downside. And there's like no protein, it's all fucking carbs. And I'm like, It's like, well, then I gotta get like a ginger beef. Oh, and then they have ginger beef for like 3 days, and it just snowballs into this like $50 meal that I'm eating for 3 days, and then I feel like shit for 3 days. Not because the food's bad, but I'm just like, this isn't what I wanted. I just wanted a single portion of chicken fried rice. Still 1 star. I know. I mean, I'm not even a quarter of the way through Toxic. It's so bad. At least I'm getting a couple of dings now. That's the real deal, you know? That's the good stuff. Yeah, I really want that pronto. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll just go and get a bunch of fucking sides and just eat the sides. Because I do want the fried rice. Maybe I'll just get like an egg fried rice and just like mix it with some stuff I have at home, and that way I can kind of like feel medium about it. But I think I really just want the sides. That's what it is. I don't know. I remember seeing ages ago someone on, I think it was on TikTok, saying what they did because they couldn't be bothered to meal prep for the week is they'd order like Chipotle catering or something. Have you ever tried the washer sweet mode? What's washer sweet mode? What does that mean? Is it just like this? Press C? I'm not on that. What is it on controller? I'm not on that computer. Is it this, you mean? See, I have been holding it the whole time. I didn't actually put an automated thing on it. So for this last 2 hours, I have just been holding the trigger button to spray. I haven't been using auto mode. Oh, yeah, this? Okay, that's up on the D-pad. Which is nice for looking up. Yeah, I think yeah. I'm gonna do this. I kind of like when it's connected, though. I think it's funny. For some reason, this, like, makes me feel motion sickness. Gives me motion sickness for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, so Pi, I have a question for you then. Are you going to change your name again, or are you sticking with Pi and Noya? Because I know you have, like, the change on YouTube. It's very round. My face? Rude. Or are you gonna stick with the Paranoia name for a little bit? The movement. What if I do this? Sticking with it, you want to keep the business semi-separate. But like, you can kind of like drive people to and from, but yeah, I guess like the content is very different that you're making on YouTube than it is on stream. So I get it. I totally get it. I do think it'd be very funny if like people, if you had them kind of linked, and people coming over from YouTube like, yeah, this guy, I really like watching him for his business content. He's really like, you know, he's got his shit together. He's educational. And he's coming over, and then they come to your stream, and it's just you talking about fucking rimming goats or something with an Adam and Eve sponsorship, and they're just like, what the fuck is this? You're not mixing streams, and YouTube will have you talking about dicks. Yeah, exactly. And you're just like, well, there's all my goodwill gone. That's kind of like the problem with mine, because I'm multi-streaming on YouTube at the same time, and I have like YouTube chat open as well. So if anyone does type there, I can see it. I'm not like the other girls. I do actually read YouTube chat. And I'm just like, my videos are all over the place, where I have like one about storyboarding apps and things like that. And then I have like videos about VFX, and I have short films. And then you come to then it's like, oh, he's live. He's coming on the live thing. And it's just me talking about fucking Lily Rose Depp scissoring the ocean and rimming goats. And it's just like, yeah. This is it. You know, this is why I make curated YouTube videos, because then I can hide my personality, because it's fucking awful. But yeah, you know, it is what it is. And it's just kind of like, I don't know what I'm doing. Scissoring the ocean is an important topic. It is, Robin. It's very important. Okay. Is very important. The people need to know. That clip came out today, I think. I think it was that one that came out today. I don't actually know. One of them did. Which one came out today? It was... No, it was the boat one. It was the boat one where it's Was the Dirt. The scissoring one comes out tomorrow. You're in BC, you don't have a personality. That's true! I could be a comedian! I don't have a personality. I could be a comedian in Vancouver. Fucking dream, dude. Oh, just alienate anyone. Better stop biking and hiking and camping. Fuck no. Oh my god. Again, like dating apps, it's like, oh, I love the ocean, and I love to hike and this and that, and it's like every photo is them fucking yoga posing on a mountain, and then you're just like, yeah, sure, whatever, and then you go on a date with them, they're like, oh, so when was the last time you went camping? They're like, oh, like 2017. Like, what are you talking, like, it's like they make it the whole personality, but then don't do it. Or they're like, you should not go out with me if you don't like 6 a.m. hikes on a Sunday and then going to brunch. And I'm just like, do you? Okay. It's like I see people, sometimes you'll see someone like maybe from like a gym, whatever, because there's a lot of people in the city, and you see the descriptions, and they're like, oh, gym is my life. I'm here all the time. I'm this and that. Nothing but grind. And then I see them in the gym, and they're just on the cough machine like this. They're just like... And then they sit there for 7 minutes texting and looking on Instagram. And you're just like, oh, gym's your life, is it? Gym is your fucking passion? Who the fuck is gym? Because it sure as hell isn't GYM. I'm not mad, okay? Just a little salty, because they keep trying to make me go hiking, and I refuse. I don't have the shoes for it, okay? Hey, don't shade hiking. You can meet Buzz like I... True, but I could also go to a gay bar and meet Buzz. So, like... You're not really selling me here, Robin, I'll be honest. Hey, there's birds everywhere. There's a lot of birds at my gym as well. Just saying. Thanks for the warning. Definitely preferable birds. True that. I think I sent it to you, but I think I saw a meme about the other day where it was like someone, it was just like a really shitty drawing of, it's like someone coming into contact with a bear, and the bear is just like, rawr, and then the person goes like this, and then it's the bear's face is just, how did you get so big? And I love it. I'm not doing that meme justice. Again, I could be a Vancouver comedian with the way I delivered that joke, but my god. Is that going to be that's going to be a part of the lore. I'm trying to build up more lore of the channel. We've got Sarah. Say hi to Sarah. We got Sarah as part of the lore of the channel. We got Lily Rose Depp scissoring the ocean with squats. And then it's me. Not enough nervous laughter throughout. True. Oh, there's dirt on the floor. Yeah, good one, Dave. Good one. That's real fucking funny. You just got paid for that. That's the thing. He got fucking paid for that. I got scammed and he got paid to make his fucking non-tent comments. Like, he bought food with that. What am I doing in my life? I ain't buying shit. Love wearing hangers, roll bags to come around. Gives you I've been mad for months about this dude. I have been mad since I first saw him. I have been so mad. It is, I cannot stress enough how torturous being in that. Like, I'm so glad I did get up and leave, but I left way too late the first time. But how torturous it was to sit in an auditorium of silence at a comedy show for 40 minutes and no one stopped him. No one stopped him. Like, the show ran long past when it was supposed to, and they just let him keep going. Like, it was absurd. Like, I actually left a review and I was like, I would never recommend this thing. It was the biggest, like, it was awful. And it was like, thanks, we're gonna tell the people who run the show. And I was like, I don't give a shit. Like, you can't get away with that. Like, the guy who ran it was like his full-time job, and I was like, sorry man, this is your full-time job and this is what you're letting happen? Like, fuck no. Oh, you want to talk about finance? Well, Robin, you're in for a treat, okay? So Wealth Simple has cut their rates on the checking accounts to 2.5% now, and I'm not very happy about it. But in the meantime, they're like, oh, but you could sign up for a 4.2% bond thing. Fuck no, I'm buying cash.to. That's what I'm doing, okay? Which I actually need to move some money to and do soon. Because otherwise it becomes too expensive. The way Cam describes it, it sounds like the Willy Wonka. It really honestly did. It felt like I was being pranked by AI. That's how it felt. Being in that auditorium with that guy. And I was just like, every comedian, aside from that one girl who was like, had some good like concepts and stuff, it was like every comedian was just like so bad. Because there's also an element where I get that they're amateur comedians too, and that's totally fine, but having a comedian stop, look at their phone and scroll to the next joke, or like middle of a joke have to look at it, I'm just like, I get nerves are involved. I understand they've probably not been doing it for a while, but most of these people have been doing it for years. Most of these people have been doing it for years, and you would think it's their first time ever going on stage. And that's the thing that baffles me. Like, like, nerves are really hard to get over, but at least remember your material. After doing, I'm still pressing the button. Oh my god. Hey, do you think I've got any more dirt to do? Because Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Light up the fucking sky with the amount of dirt. I didn't even I forgot about this one. Yeah, the fucking flashbang. Jesus Christ. Let me just stand in here real quick. Hang on. Can you take me higher to a place? Oh, we're never finished it. Okay, this is the inside of this. This is the inside of this. Let's just go outside for a second and just see what's left. Oh, look, the entire fucking building. Like, look at that bar. Look at that bar. Look how far I've not got. Instead of stand-up, you should do improv yapping. That would be great. That's what I did for the first hour. I mean, that's what Dave Harris is trying to do, and it's awful. But I think I could probably. I mean, that's what I do the whole stream. I'm just me coming up with ideas. Usually, it's me defaulting to talking about my body, in a fitness sense, and then finance, because it's the only things I've got in my life. Okay. I mean, you're using green? Yeah, and you know what happened earlier, Robin, as well? Is we were cleaning like this alien spaceship, and I switched to the red, and it immediately dinged, and I was like, thank fuck Robin wasn't here to call out that, like, because you would have been like, hey, use this, and it would have immediately dinged, and I would have been so mad. But like, the reason I'm using green is because I realized they all take the same amount of time. Because you have to just do more passes with the red versus this. Your timing is, yeah, you have really good timing with it. You do. You still have to do like more passes with the red. The prong. Whatever you want. I will! I tried to use the soap, and the soap doesn't do shit, man. Like, the fuck? Okay, it kind of worked pretty well on that one. But like, the soap is terrible. The soap is so bad. Am I doing it wrong? Give a shit about what? Bust out the SpongeBob bikini, want my money's worth. Dude, I ain't got money to buy the fucking DLC yet. Well, I have a little bit, but I think I'd rather buy Skittles than the SpongeBob DLC. I do want to do it though. They also added Shrek Swamp as well. Yes, fuck soap. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't even like make it easier to clean. It just kind of like bubbles a little. Like, look at this. Why does this look like bullet holes? What is this? The fuck is going down in Atlantis? I need the green again. Barnacles. That no bullet holes. Oh my god. Okay. You know what? Being inside was kind of nice because at least I felt like I had control over my life a little bit. Christ. Alright. Oh my god, the stat. Oh no. I didn't even look up. I didn't even see there was a roof. Ah. Flashback. Oh. That didn't even. That took off. Like. That took off nothing. Okay. Do triple red from this position. Oh, what happened there? I feel like I'm using like a laser. I think you need a red nozzle. Yeah, I think so too. I'm not gonna argue this time. Oh god. Oh jeez. Okay, well I don't have good stick control, okay? I've been a teenage boy for a while. You know, I'm a little rusty. Oh, Rusty. I miss that dog. One of the coworkers that had a dog called Rusty. There we go. This is how you do it. Just rub the joystick like a nipple. It actually feels good on my hand. Oh yeah, that's clean. That's why I think playing with a mouse with more precision. I don't give it. Precision? This isn't PUBG. Okay, this isn't Marvel Rivals. Have you been staying up late playing Marvel Rivals again? You? I bet you have. Telling me you're gonna bed at 1 a.m. Liar. Playing fucking Wolverine. I don't know what character. What's your character? He never lies. Don't protect him, okay? Don't protect him. You got a new badge. Don't protect him. Doctor Strange? Oh, you're a fan of the Strange. What is that? Because he has the pulse? Is he kind of like a mercy character kind of thing? What's a fucking healer? I couldn't think of the word healer. Ooh, you can tell what type of games I play. Mainly because of the shield. Okay. Shield, and then his ult is you can go through the portals, right? Or you can combo it with people. You have to. He's Katie's 10th favorite. True. Where's this come from? What happened? What did I miss? Aside from the name change in Discord, what did I miss? I feel like something went down. Who knows where we live on the scale? You're number one. He announced it. True. What instruction manual is this for? Is this just like a fun fur? Is this an Atlantis fun fur that happened with the horsies? Dude, this is not going well at all. At least I'm not gonna flashbang myself with the frickin' dirt anymore. Like at least it's somewhat. The ding! We had a ding! Pretty sure maybe her fiance might be number one. No. She'll never admit that to the fiance, but I think you're still the favorite, Robin. Take that for what you will. Yeah, mural's done. Let's go. I have really not been paying attention to like the fact that these are all individual parts as well. I've just been, yeah, I don't know. We're 30% of the way done, which is insane. But this inside part is truly the worst. I think I'd still rather do this than the boat, though. The boat was still terrible. Take me out to a place where what is it? To a place where the mind can see. That was it. Robin, you never played any Creed for me yesterday. I was really disappointed while you were streaming. How was the rest of your stream? I had a lot of stuff to do yesterday, so I went to the gym while you were fighting the boss, and then when I got back, I had to get ready because Shay was coming over to go out for this thing. You didn't play Creed for me yesterday. I was singing Creed in your chat, and you wouldn't play Creed for me. Very disappointing. And then you're like, I'm not playing Assassin's Creed. I was like, not Assassin's Creed. The band. Is ult like when it frees character? Doctor Strange's? I thought his was like, or no, I guess his ult would be different than his combo. Because his combo is like, he can throw someone through a portal, right? I don't know. That game has already got way, like I've still never played it. I've only seen minimal gameplay of it. And it's already reached that level of Fortnite-ness where I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. It looks absolutely chaotic. The portability for sure, okay. Stream was good, lots of dying, had to redo bosses a few times, got better, got worse, got even worse, got back to better, and then down a miraculous low hit run. Nice. So you're going to speedrun the game? That's what I'm learning when you're done. You're going to go back and do it. It's so funny because it's like such a cute game in the sense of like the art style is incredible. And like there's a lot of like cute things, like those little characters that follow you around. And then you get into like these insane Dark Souls-esque boss fights. But not with the bosses. Like the bosses are reasonably balanced. And then you have these random ass enemies that are just like, oh, I'm going to tank you. The next boss, which I think is the end boss, is close, so try to stagger up. Yeah, it's like the actual bosses are straightforward, but all of like the random encounters are just nuts. Bosses are not that bad, similarly well, but not bad. Yeah. It just makes you question everything. You're just like, wait, am I actually okay at this game? What am I missing here? Because like, not that it's a game for kids, but it definitely has an art style that could appeal. And I'm just like, I could imagine like kids playing some of those things that you were doing, like the cursed enemies or whatever they were. Getting more dinks. Give me more dinks. The one boss that was struggling, that was your fault. I mean, there was that one I saw that was like the serpent one, and you would like, you thought you were about to die, but then you got it, and it was like, what the hell? And then you fought that other one, and it's like you ran away all the way across a map, and then you just showed up behind you, like you teleported. I was like, what the hell? So, yeah. I don't know. I don't think I'd play that game. I like watching people play it. I watched January and On play it. And he was saying the same thing. He was just like, what the fuck? Like, why are these enemies so insanely hard, but everything else is super easy? Like all the platforming, not easy, but like straightforward. The cursed chest one, yeah, that cursed chest one was nuts. No, the big section boss you had to figure. Oh, okay. I see. I see. Really nothing out of Katie's 10th favorite, just giving her a hard time. Good. Good. Let's, yeah. She's, you know what? She deserves it. No, she doesn't, but gotta give her a little bit of a ribbing now and again. Now that I've moved away from the Sonic name on Discord and I'm doing the turkey drummer legs, I gotta come up with a better one. I might go back to the Gotta Bro Fast. I do like that name. I like the Sonic motif that we had going on for a while in Discord. Just gonna count yourself in the top 3. You know what? That's the best way. No one's feelings gets hurt that way, right? Katie is the sweetest person ever. True, but bullying is the greatest form of flattery. At least that's what my parents told me. I'm gonna lose my mind if I use like I know this takes longer, but I'm gonna lose my mind if I have to keep using the red. I don't know why it annoys me, but it does. It doesn't annoy me, it's just like, I don't like the pattern that it leaves. That's the thing. I don't like the pattern of dirt that it leaves. That's the only reason I don't want to use it, because it looks like too cut out. Do whatever you want. I will. I guess I'll go yellow then. Yellow gives a little bit more of a power. There's just no way to speed it up. That's like, I think that's the thing. It's like none of the nozzles work technically faster than the others. It's like you cover more area slower or you cover less area faster, and it's about the same. I don't like it. I thought I'd be like you and have a meme name. You gotta do it. You gotta do it to him. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun to have meme names in Discord. The reason why I do yellow or triple red, because I hate the little flecks of green leaves. You want one swipe? Same reason? Yeah. Yeah. I'm dreading doing the outside of this building. I'm really dreading it. It's not gonna be good. Okay, there's an ad break going. I need to give my ears a break from this. Sorry, Robin. You're catching strays right now, but I gotta eat a little snack, or I might die. Let's sum it up. Ken is pretty. It's such a weird. Yeah, it's. I love the art style of it. I really do. And I think some of the gameplay of it's really interesting, like the platforming stuff. But it is very much like an eclectic mix of what that game actually is. Sorry, there's a Twitch ad running. For anyone watching on YouTube, there's an ad running on Twitch. So I'm just using it as an opportunity to eat this. So sorry for the mukbang ASMR of me chewing. I apologize. That. Not to the same extent, but it reminds me of that game Biomutant, where you play as like the little squirrel thing. And it couldn't, that game couldn't figure out what it wanted to be. I was liking it, but it felt like every 20 minutes, the type of game it was just completely changed. Like, they wanted to make like 7 different types of games, and they couldn't figure out which game that they wanted to make for that Biomutant game. And so they made all of them, and it just felt really disconjointed, where it like had really good ideas, and it had really interesting art style and everything. But it just constantly was changing, and I was like, I don't really want this. Like, I'd rather you just like picked one and did it well, than picking like all of these ideas and they're kind of okay, because there was just like no depth to it. And I ended up, I think I finished that game. I was just like, because sometimes you open a game, you come back to stream and you're just like, man, I just don't want to spend 3 hours playing this today. I want to spend 4 hours playing this today. And he says while playing Power Wash, and I'm like, Power Wash is fine. It's just like, yeah, I just want to chat and hang out with people. That's the whole purpose of my stream. There's nothing of value. I'm here to just like have a good time. Hopefully people who are watching enjoy what we're doing and hanging out, chatting about stuff, chat about movies, things like that. I just like making content. I don't really care what we're doing. But if like, I don't really care what I'm doing in terms of like the game thing, in the sense of I'm up to do whatever. Like I'll do an art stream, I'll do whatever. Like I love doing all that random stuff. But if I feel like the thing I'm coming to stream is like a chore to to play a story game, I'm like, nah, this isn't what I want to do. But you can pick it up. Exactly, like there's 3 buttons. And half of it's automated if you remember that you can automate it instead of like what I'm doing. Still, after 3 hours, holding the trigger button. I just like holding, I don't know. I don't want to just automate it, but you can. Okay. I feel a little more human now after chewing half of that. I've still got half of it to go, but... Oh, forgot about that. There we go. We'll work on this little statue group. Yeah, this is just like a good... I don't want to say like a filler game, because it can be a stream in and of itself, but just like a chill day where we're chatting about finance and my body. You know, normal things that normal people talk about every single stream. And, yeah. It's just it's a nice game to kind of like... I mean, streamers just killing time. Yeah, like, that's what we're doing, right? We're hanging out and killing time. I'm trying to have a fun time doing it, so... This is all superfluous. Like, I've literally said in streams... Sent in one this morning. And it's just like... The stream, the whole content of the stream, for the hour that I watched it, was just people gift subbing to someone, and them getting raids. And I was like, yeah, this is entertainment to some people. They're just watching someone receive money for an hour. I'm like, that's fine. Who gives a shit? Like, whatever. World's gonna be gone in 5 years anyway. It's like, what are we doing? It's all nonsense. Although I will say I am just like going way back of like the blue sky conversation. It's like whenever I open it, I do enjoy seeing all the random like needlepoint crochet things that people are doing. I'm pretty sure I see the same one posted by 17 different channels. There's a lot of like repeat content. I know that was always a thing on Twitter and everything as well. But because there's such a smaller amount of people on Blue Sky, I see like the same posts a lot. And not like in a sharing retweet way. I mean like everyone is posting the same fucking meme or the same thing all the time, and I'm like, okay. I'm still like jury's out of whether I'm gonna get back into social media or not. But I'd rather just like make videos and stream and whatever. Like who gives a shit? Like, oh, I tweeted out that I posted a video. Cool. No one cares. No one gives a shit. Okay. I just need someone to post photos of me wearing different hats, and Discord is the place. Although I don't really wear as many hats. I do still have Robin's hat that she made for me on the desk, ready to go. But yeah. But then I get to post videos and photos in Discord and then turn them into emotes, like the Camster emote, which is just such a weird. I don't know. I really like that I have some really. I guess like uncomfortable emotes. To me is like it's the funniest thing. But as I was saying to Robin, I both hate that my face is being used against me in my own channel, but I also love the fact that they exist because I think that they're really funny. But I really hate them being used against me. So there's a little bit of an inner turmoil happening all the time with the emotes, but we're getting there to a point where I'm like, these meme kind of emotes are kind of getting good, and I really get. Is this like the last? I have no idea. I have no idea if this is the last map. It might be, considering how massive it is. Saying that though, the alien spaceship one before this was relatively straightforward. This is the last one. All right, we'll have to like do the specialty maps then. Not today, but like if we come back to this. I still gotta check out Palia. I've been talking about that for ages, and then they finally released it, and I didn't even frickin' install it. And it's like to the point where it's now free, and I still haven't played it. Robin, you've played that game, right? Is it any good? Or has it still got a lot of work to go? Because I was super excited for that game, and then I didn't even check it out. Yes, it was also free. Yes. Thinking about it. Always. So have you played it recently? Or is like you haven't played it since it came out? You got a lot of games on the go, right? You've been playing Path of Exile, right? I don't know, you play like a lot of games. I know today is like a satisfactory day for you. It's fine, quite fun for a while, but decoration heavy, which is not my main. Yeah. That's fair, that's fair. I like a game with building. I love a good base builder, but I'm not. I like the building, not the decorating, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not built to that. Like, it's the same with, like, House Flipper. I have House Flipper, the first one. And I'm like, oh, I kind of like this. Maybe I'll finish that. I gotta make a dent in my backlog and finish some games that I bought. That's the goal, really. But I'm like, man, the decorating, though, I'm not good at that. I'm not good at that at all. I don't have that creativity. Was it last night? No, the other night when I made the Cam Stereo vote, there was a streamer who was playing Tiny Glade, and so I had it open in the background. And the stuff she was doing was fucking crazy. Like, the way she was building, like, stone staircases and everything, I was like, oh my god. I was like, I couldn't even, like, figure out what she was doing. She was putting, like, a wall in, and then, like, bringing it down and, like, finding ways to do stuff with it, and I was like, this is insane. Very much Animal Crossing, where you build a room and then decorate it, and people come up with super pretty shit, but it's not pretty. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I don't know if it's paid or not. Didn't EA, speaking of that kind of thing, didn't EA release, like, The Sims for, like, the 25th anniversary? I don't know if it's free or not, but they re-released the original Sims. I don't know if it was, like, an HD whatever, or it was just, like, compatibility mode. Some people come and saying shit. It's crazy. I wouldn't mind playing the original Sims again. I think that one was fun. I think that was more fun than the later ones. Because the later ones, again, just became more about the decorating. I just like the job sim stuff, which is kind of ironic because I don't want to fucking work. But I think the first one was pretty good. Questing is fun, so I think you should check it out, play the story, do some other stuff, and then see if you like it or not. Save the one you can pick up and drop anytime. Okay, that's good. Because it's a lot more chill. Because, like, I really liked Valheim for that, in a way, where it was like you could build all the crazy stuff, and it was not, I won't say too decoration heavy, but it seems to be like a very chill version of that, where it's like, one thing that was cool with Valheim is that you'd keep unlocking stuff and you could build better materials, and it all had like a physics thing. The weird thing with Valheim was always like the mobs that would show up on like every few nights or so. I was like, oh right, you have to deal with this and like build like fortification and whatnot, right? But I do love some Valheim. I haven't played it in a long. I haven't played it since it became was it Falterlands or something? Like it became like a different name. They did like a big update and they changed it. So we're at Animal Crossing MMO. Okay, that sounds interesting. I played Animal Crossing. I bought the new one not when it came out, but like a little time after, and I did play it. And it was fun for a little bit, but then it just became really grindy, where it's like wait a day for things real time, and I was like, no, I'm not okay with this. And then it was like you have to build things one at a time, and I was like, this is insane. Like having to like build like a lot of something one at a time, or like give things over one at a time. Even though it's all bullshit and it's just time killing, I was like, this is tedious as fuck. There is a level of tedium where I'm like, no. I think what it is it's like manufactured gameplay stretching. I don't like. That was, I've talked about it before, like, same reason why I got really frustrated with Graveyard Keeper. is it was like unnecessarily frustrating. And then they were like, yeah, this is the demo, is just the game. It's just like 10% of the game. We've got the town, we've got all of this stuff. And it was like, okay. And then the game came out and they're like, haha, just kidding. We just made the game take 10 times longer. And it was like, kind of a bit of a fuck you. Like, I didn't like that at all. And I haven't gone back and played it since. Because I was like, I don't appreciate that. I've watched someone play through the whole story of it and played through like Punch Club and everything. And I was like, I liked the story of it, but I just didn't like what the devs did. I didn't like how they behaved in that way of like, oh, they're just trolling. No, fuck off. I'm not into that. Like, you made what seemed to be potentially a fun game, and then just kind of like lied. There's some times in Palia for like house building and how quick stuff is crafted, but it's not too bad. Okay, that's fine. Like I have no issue with like building stuff and it taking time for it to arrive like that. I think it was like with the Animal Crossing, it's like it just felt unnecessarily tedious. Where you're like, I have to do this one at a time, and I have to give you 20 things and go through this every single time. I'm like, how was this not? How did they think that this was not like a poor quality of life thing? And even more like, why was it not patched out? Why was it not fixed? Nintendo's like kind of, I don't say notorious for that, but it's like they think they know better, and sometimes, a lot of times they do. But there are some things where I'm like, no, this is wrong. Like this is not fun. And they're like, no, we made the game. We know what we're doing. And I'm like, okay, I guess. I mean, it is your game. More like dump wood in a machine to be cut, dump food. But yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine if it's like dump things in, come back later. That's fine. That's totally okay. You know, or like you have to do a trade thing and you have to wait 30 minutes. Kind of like what Satisfactory does, right? Where you complete the phase and then you send the thing off and you have to wait 10 minutes for it to come back down. I'm okay with that because I'm like, cool, I can go off and do stuff as long as there's stuff to do. I think that was the main thing. There was nothing really to do. So, yeah. It is what it is. Oh man. Okay, well, we're making progress now, I feel. At least this isn't... Oh, that whole upper section is going to be a nightmare. There we go. Right up the junk. Right in your face. Okay, that's going to be... no, we're going to use a different thing then. The 3-prong for the trident. The only big time really is build house, which is 6-8 hours, but you do that once. And then later you can build multiple parts for your house and store them, so pre-built parts and arrange. That's totally fine, yeah. So take 6 hours, it's fine, because it's like, you can set that going and go off and play other things, but then you can also set it off and then go off and like come back the next day and it's done, right? That can be like, I'll do it at the end of whatever, if it's real time. That's fine. Just go to bed, yeah. That's totally fine. I'm fine with that. And especially, like, again, the difference is it's a free-to-play game. I don't know if they have, like, monetization. I'm assuming they have some stuff. But, like, a free-to-play game, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of... You either pay to, like, advance quicker, or it takes time. And if it feels just cosmetics, then that's pretty cool, actually. Like, I totally get it. Like, when it's egregious, or it's like, I remember playing a mobile game like Simpsons Tapped Out, and it was like 3 days to unlock stuff, or you had to buy like donuts, and I was like, come on. I get that you waited until like people have been playing a long time, so there's the sunken cost fallacy, but like, that's insane. For free, it's a lot of a game. Yes, exactly. A lot of game for free, and like, I'm fully okay with waiting and stuff like that. As long as it's not like game breaking. Like, remember when Battlefield or Battlefront came out, and it was something like it would take 40 hours to grind to get one character, and it was like kind of RNG-esque. I think it was like to get Luke Skywalker, it would take like 40 hours of grinding, and I'm like, that's insane. Like, at that point, it's detrimental to your game because people are just gonna be pissed at it, right? when you get to 99% par, that's gonna be that. As I've said, it's like it takes as much time to get to 99% as it does to get from 99 to 100%. Community can be a little toxic in the we're all nice, taking care of each other, but just, yeah, that, gotta love that toxic positivity shit. Like, no. Like, people can be nice and happy, but I'm like, when there's just like a weird veneer of like, this doesn't feel, just something feels off. It's like, I don't like that. I don't like that. That's not how real people are. That's not how real people behave. That's when I have a problem with that stuff. People random yell if you don't follow the random etiquette. If you're new, you don't know. People need. Yeah, I don't fuck with that. Where I'm like, you gotta let people be people and make mistakes and like learn. I'm just like chill out. I'm playing a game. It's a video game. It's not life. Find tons of people who will actually just answer questions when you ask them. Oh good, my phone's ringing from a random number. Alright. Gotta love these spam calls. Yeah, that's good. Like, I'd rather people be, if they're gonna do that like the bullshit of like the toxic positivity, at least like be helpful in answering questions. Don't wait for people, like, don't let people do whatever they want and then just like reprimand them for making a mistake when they clearly don't know. Yeah, weird things are like ecosystems and economies on online. That's what kind of screwed up that game New World, right? Where they had a whole economy in it, and then it got completely broken by people who just abused that whole system, and then it just becomes unplayable. And it's like, having a live service game is a double-edged sword, because it can get a lot of people into the game and they'll play a lot, and that's cool. But little factions can kind of come out of that and make it kind of a toxic space for new people where they feel that they don't want to play it, right? And especially if we're charging money for it, it's like, ooh. I don't know. Online communities are kind of getting a little crazy. They always have been, but I feel like when people find like a space where they feel that they have a modicum of power, they really just like clutch it with an iron grip and just refuse anyone else to like have fun in a way that they want to. And it's just so weird. They left a voicemail. I'm sure it's going to be the Chinese consulate. That's the spam calls that I get. It's like the Chinese consulate, or a package has arrived for you at the thing. You have to like pay for its import duty or whatever, because it's tax season as well. There's all like a bunch of stuff with that. So usually around tax season, you get a lot of spam calls to do with that too. But like the CRA is blah blah blah, and you're like, no, they wouldn't call. They wouldn't call from like a local, like, personal number. Guild drama, no matter what game or guilds are called in the game. Yep. Well, in any fandom as well, right? Like, just in real life, too. I mean, look at the whole pirate software one. It's like, I watched some of the videos where people were like, yeah, he kind of, like, did whatever. And I'm like, yeah, but the fact that it reached the level that it did is so insane. You can barely call it... Yeah, right? Also, they just changed all of the rules again on taxes. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm sure they're not absolutely slammed dealing with that monstrosity of whatever the government just came up with during tax season, that they're gonna call me on a Saturday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Classic WoW drama, yeah, both classic WoW guild drama and classic WoW guild drama, yeah. It works both ways. Been through it many times, and at least yeah, it's like, oh, that was a satisfying game. There's it's like inevitable, right? It's always gonna happen. It's just like, how long until it happens with this game? You know, you just gotta kind of play it until it's no longer becomes fun. It's also hard when you get into a game later on when it's already kind of established, right? In the same way of like Palia. I'm not saying that it would be hard to get into, but it's just like, there's just a community built around certain games. And if you weren't there at the beginning, you'd feel very kind of alienated and isolated and not welcome in those communities, right? Wow, and Sea of Thieves were the biggest drama place. Yeah. Oh, Sea of Thieves, yeah, for sure. Which is such a weird one. Like, why? We always walk out with good friends if you're not the drama. Yes. Yes, exactly. It's like, I know that, like, video games are a lot of people's hobby and they get very passionate about it, but I'm like, getting so into it that it becomes, like, a huge part of your identity is kind of fucking weird. In the same way of anything, right? Where it's like, people attach fandoms to their identity, and if any form of criticism is made of that fandom, they take it as a personal slight, and it's like, that's fucking weird. That's really weird. One of the people I met through CD server have a standing video game played it with. Yeah. Which is awesome. Because sometimes people are just chill and they just want to play games and they want to find people who are fun to play games with. Right? Like, that's the whole point. Okay, my goal here is to get to 50%. That's the goal. Which I think is going to take me a lot longer than I think or realize. Because it is taking me a long time to get to 42. Some people take things so personally. I was told off at work by a coworker because I edited her protocol. She was like, there's nothing left of my document. You should sign that now and take it. Oh, like they, as if like you erased them from the fucking thing. Like, Jesus Christ. I've told this before. I remember when Mandalorian Season 1 came out and the pilot came out. And there was obviously like Grogu, like the Baby Yoda thing that happened. And I waited like 3 days. I saw it. I waited for like 3 days. And I tweeted a photo of like Baby Yoda or something. And I got DMs threatening me over me sharing a photo of Baby Yoda. Being like, there are people in other countries that can't see the show yet. It's not released here. By the way, they weren't in those countries. They were in the US where it was already out. So they were arguing and getting offended on behalf of people in the UK who had to wait a week to see the show and the pilot, and like lost their fucking minds at me in DMs. And I was like, oh, this is fucking crazy. Like, one, the official Star Wars account was tweeting this out and these photos. So why are you up my ass about this? And two, all I did was post a photo that already existed. It wasn't like I went in and showed spoilers. It was crazy. And I was like, this is where I have a problem with like these fandoms. Bring back bullying. That's what I said. No. I had a hard time not laughing. We edited as a group, cleaned up some phrases, shift points around, but most of it's still the same. I was just the one sending it out at the end. Right, it's just like, also, if protocols have been updated and changed and improved, why are they taking it personally as if, like, you're erasing the fucking memoirs, you know? Like, you're improving, at every studio I work at, there's usually, not always, but there's usually, like, a wiki document of, like, this is how we do things on this show, and it changes every show, so it's like, oh, you know, the way we export footage on this, the file formats, the delivery specs, everything, it changes. So you need to, like, check the document and like, imagine if, like, you started on a new show and they took a template and did that and like, oh, you just fucking copied all my work and this and you're taking credit for... That's crazy. It's like, no, we're building tools and templates for people to use regardless. And I had to tweak it for the show that I'm doing, not because what you had didn't work for that. I do not get it. I do not get why people so attach their personality or their personal worth or self-worth so much to just arbitrary things. Like, you know, we're all human. We can take things as a little bit of an offense on things that probably aren't really aimed at us. You know, or if you get criticized about something that you did in a professional sense, you can take it as a personal sense, or whatever it might be, right? We're human. But there's limits. There's limits to that where it does not make sense anymore. Or it just reaches such an extreme of, like, just weird. I don't know. It's just weird. And especially when you're getting offended on the behalf of other people, it's kind of wild. Like, there was a video a few years ago that came out where it was like, I think it was someone was like dressed up in a, they had like a sombrero and, what are they called? I can't think of the word. It's like poncho. And they went around, I think it was in LA. They went around and they went to like a Mexican restaurant or whatever. And all of these white people would kind of like really like, oh, you shouldn't dress like that. That's really inappropriate. You really whatever like that. And then they went and asked like Mexican people. They were like, oh, I like your poncho. That's really nice. That's really cool. And it's like, oh, I like that you are embracing my, you know, my heritage and wearing something like that. It's like, that's cool. Now, obviously, there's personal bias in that. One, you're on camera and maybe you don't want to start something or whatever. 2 stars, we did it. You don't want to start any problems. Like, there's an element of that of like being in public. But it was just like so interesting. Like, the people who it did technically impact were not offended by this and were not really bothered by this and were like, oh, that's cool. And the people who weren't were like getting really angry and aggressive about it. And it's such a weird thing to get upset on behalf of another group of people where it's like, hey, you aren't even like part of this. Like, you can, if they're angry, support them, but don't jump in and start defending it when like you don't have any clue of how they actually feel about this. It's very strange. Toxic. It's a long road to 5 stars. Okay. Oh my god, this is the worst way I could do this, but I don't care. Okay. This is the road to 50%, baby. Oh, I can't get to the top. I need a ladder or... Where's my step stool? Do I even have it? Or have I only got that scaffold? Really? No step stool? Okay. God, this looks so different than when we first started. Oh, I hit the wrong button. %. Getting closer. Getting closer. Oh, it's Twitch ad. I'm gonna use this time to eat my Clif Bar. I mean, I get it. Get this sometimes taking it a little personal when your work gets criticized, but you get mad at yourself for missing it. Yeah, right. You don't pass it. You know, you don't double it and give it to the next person and just like take it out on them, which I've seen people do. And it's like, yeah. And also sometimes you can, because it's like sometimes maybe you tried hard on something and you put a lot of effort in and it gets criticized. And you can take it personally in that way. Like, I totally understand it. It's, no one is infallible in that way. But it's like taking it so personally of like a very arbitrary objective thing where it's like, oh, we're just updating policy. Like, what are we supposed to do? Ask you to like to do it and publish it? Because, oh, you're busy? We were just trying to help out. It's so weird. The fuck is a red octopus? I haven't seen an octopus. Oh. Rhea octopus. I can't read. I guess there's a wall. There are so many things that are 99% too. This is pretty good. Statue's almost done. Oh, why did it take me so long to eat this Clif Bar? I still not finished it. And the ads are... Okay. Road to 50%. Let's go. I'm probably going to need the long, not the stubby for this. The good thing about eating it slowly is I get to just enjoy it for longer, so that's nice. Although I am getting it all in my teeth. Okay, I'm just... How am I supposed to... Get up there. Is there like a water bomb I can throw up or something? Like, how am I supposed to get up there? Can I climb the statue? I can see some of the dirt on the statue, but I really don't know how I'm supposed to like clean that whole upper area. Oh yeah, there we go. That's the good stuff. Nope. Come on, get under the helmet thing. There we go. There we go. Oh, look at all this thing missed. Yeah. Right in the crotch. There's like dirt along the top that I can't see. And all this as well. Well. I think that that's not technically part of the statue. That ground piece, but... Conch back. How do I get up there? Yeah, but how do I get up there? I'm guessing there's an entrance, maybe? Ah. Climb the stairs outside. Rude. Okay. Aha! Parkour. Well, la-dee-da. Excuse me, princess. Look at all this. Look at all this filth that we missed. Unbelievable. Oh my god. There's so much dirt left. Like, this is overwhelming how much dirt is left. The fact that we're only halfway done. Actually, not even. Not even halfway done. Okay, we got the trident. We got the trident. Can I... Yep. There we go. Yeah. Okay, we're making progress. We need like power-ups where it is just like a water bomb that will clean it all, you know? I'm asking for too much. That kind of defeats the purpose of the whole game. But still, we're also cleaning the Lost Palace of Atlantis. So, you know, give me a break. Give me a goddamn break. I don't like that squinch, like the squelchy sound. It's not my favorite. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. Ooh. You going back to bed? Good night, Robin. Thank you for stopping by. I will. Have a good sleep. See you at 5 a.m. There is very little chance I'm getting to 50% today. This is torture. This is pain. Probably with how much you slept today. True. Yeah, you're getting more than 4 hours of sleep a night. What's wrong with you? I like that my smartwatch has like succumbed to the fact that I don't sleep well. So now when I get any more than 5 hours, it's like, yeah, that was good. That was good. You did, yeah, yeah. Like it knows that I don't sleep well, and it's just like, yeah, we can't give you the same rating as other people. You slept 5 hours though. That's a lot. Cam's stuck with you now. Oh no. Oh no. Let me out. Let me out of here. I don't want to be with Katie's 10th favorite. Is there any other fun games coming out soon? Like little indie games that I've not maybe heard of? I've really been off not looking at trailers for a while. Is like anything you're looking forward to playing that's maybe coming out? The one game that I think looks interesting is that one that kind of has that stop motion-y look to it. It looks like it's like a woman battling creatures or something, but it like the story elements have like this interesting like animated on twos look to it. GTA, MLB, you fucking nerd. Of course, Forza. Of course. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching people play GTA. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I probably will eventually, and maybe play on my own. I don't think I've ever I don't think I've ever played this. No, maybe I did. I don't remember. I know I've played GTA Online on stream. I don't know if I played the story on stream, but I would probably, if I did buy it, play it on my own. New Battlefield. Ooh. You know what? I am a bit of a. I do prefer Battlefield to COD. I think my favorite was Bad Company 2. That one was really good. Wallet's gonna be empty. Yeah. A lot of big games, especially with the prices going up too. A lot of big games coming out this year. A lot of AAA games. Isn't there a new Assassin's Creed coming out this year as well? I'm very curious how that'll do, considering what Ubisoft has been up to with just absolutely fucking around. It's gonna be a good year for gaming for you. Yeah, you're eating well this year, that's for sure. Every type of game that you love is like coming out. I think I've asked you this before. You have like a kind of a small wheel setup, right? Because you play a Seto. You have like a little bit of a smaller setup at home, right? Yeah? Have you ever used it on Forza? Have you ever tried it? Does it work well? So I think Shay, when he had one, tried it. And I think it worked okay. What I miss, and they probably still make them, maybe they don't. I used to play like Gran Turismo when they'd bring out the Gran Turismo games. They were pretty fun. Because it was all about the accuracy of the car and everything. And I guess like games like Assetto has kind of taken over that spot, but no, you're going to play controller on Forza, wheelless really? Interesting. I thought it would have worked well. But I guess like it's such a niche for that type of game, they probably don't put a lot of dev time into it versus like Assetto, which is all about the sim experience, right? Which like they're not appealing to that crowd. Like that crowd will play the game, but they're not really appealing to that crowd. It's made for controller, yeah. I think driving games, especially like I don't know, one game I used to play that was kind of tough was Colin McRae Rally, because my cousins were really into like rally car driving, and they'd go and do race days and things like that, and so they would play it, and so I'd play that. That game was pretty tough. I was not good at it. I am not good at driving games. I mean, I'm playing Power Wash, so are you really surprised at that? But those kind of games were interesting to me. I think I don't want to say I struggle with, but sometimes I don't do well with open world games, where I think I need a little bit more. As much as I like being a creative person, I think I need a little bit more structure than just kind of come up with your own. I know there's a lot of like races in the world that you can go and do and everything, but I think I like a little bit more of like a level-based racing game that's a little bit more structured than just open world doing random stuff. This game for all that, yeah. Well, Forza games are also a pretty like, it's kind of like the driving games, at least like Gran Turismo was as well, is kind of like in the same way as like Astrobot has kind of become that. It's a what's it called? It's just like a proof of like a tech demo. They're usually like tech demo-y. I know like Forza is a lot more polished than that, but a lot of those games are really kind of like a tech demo of trying the different pushing the hardware. Like Astrobot is like about pushing the hardware of what the PlayStation 5 can do with like the controller and like the 6-axis movement and things like that. Which I'm curious about what Xbox and Microsoft is going to do in the future, because I feel like they're moving away from hardware and basically just becoming their own like Steam, like their own platform, right? Because they have the cloud-based gaming, and then they have Game Pass, and it's like that's probably making them a shitload of money of just getting people onto Game Pass, and then it's like, yeah, you can just stream this to an iPad, and it's like, makes sense. Sim racing gear is expensive. Good luck getting your print. Yeah. I mean, even back in the day, like when I think I one of my like stepdads, I say one of for a reason because there were many. I think he got me like for Gran Turismo. I think he got me like a wheel and like a shitty pedal thing and everything when I was like a kid. Yeah, one of, yeah. And I remember thinking it was like so cool to like actually drive with the wheel and everything. And we're talking like the 90s, you know, we're talking a long time ago. So it's like, I bet if it's one of those things where you play a game now that you played as a kid and you're like, how did I play this? How did I finish this game? How did I do any of this? And it's like, I bet if I went back and found like a wheel like that and it worked, I'd be like, how did I ever use this? This is the biggest piece of trash I've ever seen. Because at the time, it was the best thing that you could get, right? So you kind of make do with whatever the best is. But then you go back and you're just like, oh my god, like how did we function? How did we do anything? And my throat's getting dry from the clip off. It's Robin's revenge for me eating on stream. Forza's coming out on PlayStation? Really? I mean, there is a lot of sim racing people on those platforms. I think Xbox is kind of moving away. I think there will be there will be exclusives like Halo and probably Gears of War, but I can see them, yeah, just like releasing games as like a game studio, right? And PC, like actually like Steam, not just like the Windows the Xbox platform, like actually Steam. Interesting. I mean, even EA, right? Even EA's done that where, I mean, the thing that drives me nuts with EA is they got rid of their whole the whole thing, but they still have that shitty DRM that breaks all the games. And it's like Sims that Ubisoft have, except Ubisoft's is a store. Like, I'm sick of that. But they got rid of their thing. Like, you can do the EA Play subscription through Steam now. They're just like, yeah, we're not really doing this. But then they still have that awful platform. Forza's on Steam, really? Damn. And then PlayStation's putting their games on Steam too. Man, we're kind of really getting away from hardware. I'd be surprised. I don't know. I'd be surprised. Maybe we'll get a PlayStation 6, but I think after that, I think we might be just fully cloud gaming. It'd be PC and cloud gaming. That's kind of it. Because I'm sure it's a lot easier and a lot cheaper to develop an app that people use. Because PlayStation's been doing that with the PlayStation Now, where you could play the PlayStation games on PC. Like, it's like a cloud-based service where you're playing, like, not like Steam, but you could play them on a PC, I think, and it was like limited to like 720p. Maybe it was just like PlayStation 3 games, I don't know. It was like their way to get around backwards compatibility, was instead of making the games backwards compatible, they made a cloud-based server application that you could use and subscribe to, and you could stream the game or something. But yeah, other than like PC won't really go away, I don't think. But consoles, I think Nintendo will continue to make handheld consoles because they're just going more portable, and I don't think any of the other ones are going to do that. You know, Sony did the PSP, and I think they're just like, yeah, we're good. So we're going to have Nintendo Switch that's going to be like a portable console. And just because Nintendo is so precious of their own IP, they don't want to be making things for other people, right? So that's why they'll continue to make hardware. But every other one will just be like, yeah, we'd rather just make games and stream it because it is cheaper. Which, yeah, it makes sense. People are there's a lot more casual gamers now, right? So People aren't as bothered by the hardware. They just want to play games and have it accessible. Like, Christ, if you could log in, like when Netflix has video games now, if you could log in through that, people would, right? And that becomes almost like a platform like Steam or whatever. And you just have a login for all these different sites. Oh my god, we're so close. With DLSS, tech evolving, you might not need an expensive PC to play games more with decent frames. Yeah, I mean, GeForce Now. Look at GeForce Now. The game, you log in with your Steam information or whatever games you have. It runs your game on their hardware, and then it streams it to your PC, and they've had that for a few years, and it's really good. It works really well with low latency. You wouldn't play competitive, like FPS shooters that way, but if you're playing, you know, maybe you're just like a casual Fortnite gamer, you know, or a kid or whatever, you're not really going to give a crap about that stuff. Or a game like this, like where there's like a little bit extra latency, but it's really not big of a deal. I think that's where it's gonna go. Oh my god, can I still not? I guess I can just turn around. I can do that in a sec. Turn around. Kind of weird when it's like disconnected from the camera. There we go. I won't be able to get the whole thing without the scaffold, but you know, we're making a dent. Made a good dent on this upper floor as well. Yeah, let's try and get this wall done. Should probably use the red, but whatever, we're close enough. It's not too bad. Honestly, a good resource that I do watch occasionally, I haven't for a while, for like new games and things going on, is Luke Stevens. I have been watching, like when I've watched stuff to like kind of keep up on like gaming news, I have like, I don't say defaulted to his, it's more just like what the algorithm served me, but I do find he covers a lot of interesting game stuff, and yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see channels like that. I know there's a lot of them, and he's not necessarily the biggest one or probably the best, I don't know, but I do find like his content pretty much fits like the style of content that I like to consume when it comes to like finding that stuff out. So I think he presents it in a very digestible way, both in like detail, but also will play the games if he has access to them as well. And like keeps you, and also I like the fact that he revisits stuff. It's not just like a one and done. He'll actually like go back, and I think he like went back and kept an eye on like the Suicide Squad game. A lot of other places don't really do that, other than like, oh, it closed down anyway. Whereas he was like going in and playing it and testing the stuff and showing you, and kind of in a very in-depth way. So I kind of like how that content was presented too. So I need to like, no, I'm not gonna force myself to watch stuff if I'm not feeling it, but you know, pay a little bit more attention to the games that are coming out this year, and like find the topic, like the genres that I'm interested in. Like I said, I've been getting, I have for a while, but I think I'm just realizing more and more. It's like casual gaming like this, but also roguelikes. I think I do really enjoy them. I think it's just like I gotta find the right ones for me. Game like, I think the problem with games like Fortnite and PUBG, just in the terms of the genre of the game they are, not just like the art style or whatever. It's just, I think I find you have to spend a lot of time to get really good at them, to really get the most out of them. And I like games where I can drop in and drop out, and I just don't play those types of games enough to put that time in. So there's not a lot of games where I'm finding where I'm like, it's gonna hold my attention for a super long time. Again, playing Power Wash, but it's just like the barrier of entry of this is so low, and it's really just something for me to do while we chat, and I waste your time. Get out all of those really important thoughts and feelings I have about the Vancouver comedy scene, you know? The people are yearning to hear, that they love so dearly. So much. Well, we're past 50%, so that's good. That is good. We at least achieved that. There's so much left. Like, there's so much left of this place, dude. Oh, can't reach. Okay. Like, we have an entire half of this room to go. That's ridiculous. The gallery wall. Come on, ding already. Ding, you dingus. Ding. There it is. Alright. I did say I would go to 50% and I went a bit longer. Well, way past the end of stream by like 45. I said I was going to end potentially early and then I ended up going 45 extra minutes. Just having a good time playing this. And chatting. Been really good chatting with everyone. Thank you for hanging out. But I think I'm going to call it a stream here. And we will go and see who is live. Yeah. Typical me. Starts super late, ends an hour early accidentally, or then goes extra 45 minutes. I don't know. I like hanging out. I keep saying, I really enjoy streaming. And I have a lot of fun with it. And sometimes like I wasn't feeling super great, but I was also having a really good time, so I just kept going. So I gotta like eat and maybe sit down. I think I'm gonna go to the gym. I don't know. My stomach's still feeling weird. Maybe I'll just go tomorrow. Oh, I'll just go sit down for a little bit and see how I feel. Okay. Where am I sending you? Where am I sending you? Let's go say hi to Quick. He's playing some Minecraft. I don't get to raid him very often. So, and he's only been live for a little bit. So let's go say hi to Quick. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Go say hi to Quick. He's awesome. Good friend of the channel. And I will be back tomorrow. If you're on YouTube, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. We're on Twitch. We're going to go raid one of our friends of the channel. He's playing some Minecrafts. Same time tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be live at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So, yeah. Oh, am I still on the wrong scene? There we go. Say goodbye to Sarah. Don't leave her hanging. She'll miss you all as well. But yeah. Go say hi to Quick. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. We'll either finish this level on this map. I'll probably just yap for a little bit, but we'll finish this level on this map. And then maybe we'll play something else or do something else. I don't know. See how I feel tomorrow. Right now, I just need to go lie down. So, yeah. Anyway, have a good rest of your day. Thank you again. Goodbye.